Meeting to order. Good evening or good afternoon, everybody. If we should encounter an emergency situation tonight, please exit the building. There's two sets of doors off either side of the lobby, and if for some reason those exits are not available, there's also another exit behind council here. Our muster point is located near the gazebo in Lions Park, and if we are evacuated for any reason, we will not re-enter the building until we're given an all clear from staff. Thank you. Next, we'll move into Councillor Mearns and the land acknowledgement.
The town of Sylvan Lake acknowledges with deep respect that we are gathered on Treaty 6 territory, which is also the ancestral homeland of the Métis Nation of Alberta Region 3. These lands hold significant historical and cultural significances, serving as traditional meeting grounds, vital gathering places, and crucial travel routes for numerous Indigenous nations, including the Cree, Dene, Blackfoot, Métis, Saulteaux, and Nakota Sioux. We are profoundly grateful for the invaluable contributions of the traditional knowledge keepers and elders who continue to guide us and remember those who have passed, leaving behind a legacy of wisdom and understanding. In our recognition, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to the countless First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples whose enduring presence has permanently imprinted these lands with their rich heritage dating back centuries.
Thank you, Councillor Mearns. Next, we will move along to open microphone. Open microphone is an opportunity for a member of the public to express his or her feedback on an issue pertaining to the town. Open mic is limited to a maximum of 15 minutes total, and each speaker is limited to a maximum of 5 minutes. After the presentation, members of council will ask only questions of clarification. You will not receive a response or feedback from council immediately after your presentation. Items that require a response will be brought forward at a future date. And we've got two sign up tonight for open microphone. First, Ms. Capper. I might have said that wrong, my apologies. Welcome. You will see the clock is locked and loaded here. In just a moment, you'll hear a number of beeps. Once those finish, if you could turn on your mic and start with an introduction, then we're happy to hear from you.
Good afternoon, Mayor Hansen, Councillors Payne, Johannesson, Ostindi, Iwaniki, Bilodeau, and Mearns. Sorry. My name's Lori Capper. My husband and I have been a resident of Sylvan Lake since July of 2021. I'm here to respectfully request that land acknowledgements be discontinued for all town meetings and events. Let's honor all our history by not singling out a small portion of our population. I recognize the contributions of my ancestors and the knowledge that was shared with those who came later. I also recognize the contributions of those who were brought from other areas. Sylvan Lake was settled by many heritages, and this fact does not diminish the fact that this is Treaty 6 territory and Métis Region 3. Our current life is a gift from all those who came before us. To single out one group is unfair and dishonest. It is social posturing that enforces a notion that Natives require white acknowledgement. Natives are fully capable as anyone, and we do not need affirmation. We should stop the land acknowledgements here by acknowledging all of those who came before us. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, do we have any questions? Seeing none, thank you for the presentation. Perfect. Next, we'll move along to Ms. Skiri. Zona, welcome. You saw the drill. You'll just wait for the beeps, and then we're happy to hear from you. One more time, press that. There we go.
Good afternoon to all of you. Can I just make clarification?
Yes.
Open mic, is this the one for the cigar bar or the golf cart?
Golf carts,
okay,
please.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Yes, so I wanted to speak about the golf cart just in kind of to go back, because in respect of councillors that are new here and appreciated and wonderful. I just kind of wanted to give you a little bit of history on about the golf cart. I guess we brought it to council a couple years ago in regards to an experience that we had, not here, but in an experience that we had that really embraced the place that we went to visit. And so when we came back and being managers and owners of the hotel and understanding tourism and understanding parking, and just, I think, also being a resident in Sylvan Lake for over 12 years, understanding how we recognize that we want to be a town for all seasons, but sometimes we struggle a little bit, especially me being right on Lakeshore Drive. Sometimes Lakeshore Drive struggles a bit. And so, you know, what can we do? How can we embrace the community, the tourism, and Sylvan Lake for all the time? It is hard, and I know I'm kind of taking a back road here. It is hard sometimes for businesses when summers are great, they do great. If summers are cold and rainy, then we don't do as great. So for some of that becomes a bit of a struggle. So some of us, if we have a great summer, that will pull us through January, February, March, and then September, October, November. So with the golf cart, we kind of thought about it as if we can move people, the tourism or the people that come to visit, and I'm gonna speak just for myself, the people that come to visit Sylvan Lake and they don't wanna move out of the parking lot that they already have. How can we get them to different places where they can purchase, where they can increase revenue, where they can recognize the places that we have in Sylvan Lake that they wouldn't otherwise know? Because right now, any of the guests that come to visit me, the easiest spot is to go across the street. So with the golf cart, we could take them to different places, let them know what Sylvan Lake has, and also just to really embrace the community at its best. And so, and also we have a lot of seniors. And so also for them to bring them around so that they can also appreciate some of that visit for Sylvan Lake. Now, on the other hand of it, and I guess it comes on the both sides of things, again, I'm going to speak for myself. Being a hotel owner, I see a lot of drinking, and that's not unknown to anybody. So even more safer just to locate people from place to place in a more safer and a discreet way for that as well. So I guess for me, in the history, or a little bit of history for the golf cart piece of it, is to maneuver tourists, citizens, whoever, in a commercial way, I guess, to really embrace Sylvan Lake at its best and to allow people to, I'm just going to say it in plain English, to spend money wherever they can so that businesses can really bank off of that as much as what we can during that time.
Thank you. Before you disappear.
Sorry.
Oh, do you have more? Go ahead.
No, I don't.
Okay. Council, do you have any questions? I just want to clarify a thought to make sure that I'm understanding this clearly, just in case it's changed. So really the goal here is to operate a golf cart shuttle service, essentially,
yes.
with a, you know, professional pay, I don't know, with a driver that would then cart guests and other folks.
That's right.
Around.
So for me, we would have a designated person, a chauffeur, that would be appointed for that, and that would be the responsibility of him or her to bring people in and wherever they need to be in a safe manner. Yeah.
Great. Thank you. Council, any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. That is all we have for open microphone tonight. Adoption of the agenda. I do have one request, if we could move item M up to be item between B and C. Just as we had conversation around it, it makes sense to move the golf carts a little bit higher up in the agenda. Ms. Phillips, any other changes?
No, there are no other changes. Thank you.
Great. Would someone like to make the motion? Councilor Mearns, thank you.
I'll make a motion to adopt the agenda.
Great, as amended. Great. All those in favor? And opposed? That is carried. So just to be clear, as you all don't have copies of the agenda in front of you, what we'll do is we'll do the consent agenda, public hearings and delegations. So we have a delegation from Central Sport. We'll do the public hearing on the cigar lounge location, and then we'll move right into those items, the cigar lounge, the smoke-free bylaw, and the golf cart project. So they will all happen fairly early on in our agenda, just because we know there's some interest there. With that, we'll move along to the consent agenda. Consent agenda is an item used to increase meeting efficiency. All items recommended by administration to be a part of our consent agenda are marked with an asterisk. Council, my ask is if you have any items that you'd like to have extensive questions or discussion around, please pull them from the consent agenda so that we can treat them as a regular agenda item. We don't have a lot recommended for that tonight, but would someone like to make that motion? Or actually, sorry, first, is there anything we'd like to pull from the consent agenda? All right, now would someone like to make that motion? Councillor Avenicki, thank you.
I'll do the long reading ones.
Appreciate that.
I move that the 2026-02-24 regular meeting of council meeting minutes be approved as presented. That council grants first reading to amending bylaw number 1945/2026 and sets April 14th, 2026 at 4 p.m. in the council chambers of the municipal government building as the date, time, and place for the public hearing as presented in report AIR 1340. That council grants first reading to bylaw number 1943/2026 and sets April 14th, 2026 at 4 p.m. in the council chambers of the municipal government building as the date, time, and place for the public hearing as presented in report AIR 1318. That council directs administration to award the tender for a solid waste collection vehicle to Glover International Trucks Ltd. of Red Deer, Alberta, for an amount not to exceed $430,000 excluding GST as presented in report AIR 1319. And further, that council approves a budget adjustment of an amount not to exceed $20,000 from the solid waste reserve to complete the purchase of a solid waste collection vehicle as presented in report AIR 1319. And that council approves leave of absence by Councillor Ustindi for the meeting of February 17th, 2026 for the purpose of family care.
Excellent. Thank you. Any final comments on those, council? All those in favor? And opposed? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. Next, we will move along to our delegation from Central Sport. Trevor, I'm so sorry I did not catch your last name in it, but look forward to hearing from you.
No worries. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Trevor Thomas. I am the CEO of Central Sport, and I'm here to give you a little bit of background about our organization and then an ask we have. So I'll just, I don't want to waste too much time because I know that you have a very busy agenda, but I did send our progress report from 2025. So just a couple highlights within. So first of all, Central Sport was born from the 2019 Canada Winter Games that happened in Red Deer and region. And the reason being is they found there was no tie directly between sport organizations and groups that wanted to actually bring events to Central Alberta. So they decided to create this because every other major municipality in Alberta has a sport council. So we do three main things. So first of all, I'll kind of just go through this quickly. So kind of just like I mentioned, born of the games. So we do three main elements. So first of all, our mission is to be kind of that voice for sport, be that connector. So when sport is happening in our region, whether it be from the local sport organizations right up to the World Junior Championships, we are the voice for sport in Central Alberta. So the vision is to make sure that we are inclusive and collaborate with Central Alberta as that leader in sport. So the three pillars are sport advocacy and development. So again, advocating for sport and for groups that maybe don't have the ability to participate in sport, whether that be new Canadians, whether it be underprivileged individuals, so we can actually create that opportunity. We do that sport hosting and sport development. So work with this, and I'll talk a little further how we've kind of worked with Sylvan Lake in that respect as well. And then sport inclusion and celebration. So this Saturday, we're actually doing the Red Deer and Region Sport Awards, which is going to be at the Red Deer Rebels game. So again, recognizing those Team of the Year, Female and Male Athlete of the Year, and Volunteer Coach of the Year. So again, it's not just Red Deer, it's the region as well. So just a couple highlights from the progress report. So we work with a lot of different municipalities. So we receive funding from the City of Red Deer, the County of Red Deer, Town of Penhold, Town of Black Falls originally. So those are kind of the partners that and that's why we're here today, is to kind of try to make this partnership official with the Town of Sylvan Lake. We also have a great deal of volunteers. So there's three main pillars that we have. So like I mentioned, the one is support local sport organizations. So currently we have 85 local sport organizations that are in our sport directory. So membership is free for those local sport organizations. So what that allows them to do is have access to any information we have. We put on free seminars. We actually did a seminar called She Plays, which was really interesting. It was why girls and women should stay in sport and the long-term benefits for that. So we actually had Katrina LeMay-Doan come up, an Olympian, do that. We had a current Olympian, Madison Pierman, who's from Pinoka, who also spoke along with her mother. So it was a really interesting panel that we did. So we also do these type of forums for different local sport organizations, whether it be governance, whether it be athlete mental skills, and these are free to all of our members. And we actually have quite a few local sport organizations from Sylvan Lake that have signed up in our directory. We have over 385 volunteers. So meaning that if you want to put an event on, you will come to Central Sport and you will get that volunteer support that's needed. So within Sylvan Lake, we've done the bull busting event, we did the soapbox derby, and we've also done some hockey tournaments where those volunteers will be part of it. So the idea is also to create that volunteer base within the town of Sylvan Lake and region, so they will be able to volunteer for events as well. The third element is we work directly with tourism to bring events. So I mentioned the World Junior Championships that are coming. We're part of that event. We're looking to put a bid in for the 2028 Briar. It's kind of a secret, but I guess not anymore because it's probably the worst kept secret there is. But we also do smaller and regional events as well. So we're hosting a cornhole event in Penhold that we're helping put on. We're doing a Bunnock event in Black Falls. But we're looking to do those, work with our regional partners to see what might be a good fit. We also attend the Canadian Sport Tourism. So I've talked a lot with Christy from the town of Sylvan Lake to see what would be a good mix. So two national sport organizations that we've spoken to about doing events in Sylvan Lake. One is Baseball Canada, to see if there would be a national or even international event we could bring to Sylvan Lake to host at Gull Stadium. So they are very interested in doing that at some point. We're also working with Triathlon Canada about doing a triathlon event in Sylvan Lake. So again, really good fit in terms of maybe doing that central Alberta kind of run, bike, and swim. That would activate all of our communities within central Alberta. So those are our three main roles that we do. I've put a couple other highlights in here just in terms of the sport advocacy and development, the sport hosting, and the different areas we have within our organization. So what I'm here today is basically kind of just to talk about kind of our value proposition. So being kind of that leader, we've kind of come a long way in the last 4 years that we've been kind of going, but we wanted to really show value before we actually went out for asks, because we wanted to ensure that we are actually able to deliver on what we're saying. So what we do, again, we provide the resources, communication, a directory, and the development for sport organizations. We build hosting capacity, help communities and clubs bid and run different sporting events. And we highlight achievement, celebrating athletes, coaches, volunteers. So two organizations that directly underneath us are the Red Deer Games Foundation, where there's athletes within 50 kilometers of Red Deer that are those emerging athletes can apply for funding. So we've had athletes from all over central Alberta receive funding to kind of go to that next level. We also work with kids sport. So for families that maybe can't afford to pay registration fees, kids sport is available to help with that. Excuse me. We also want to engage that volunteer and partnering, to have that volunteerism within the community. So why it matters? First of all, the health and well-being of communities. We know sport is an important part of that mental, physical, and social health. Being involved in sport, not just for kids, but also for adults. The economic impact of hosting events is massive. We know what that comes out to. The equity and access, making sure that everybody has access to programming in sport, no matter what sport it is. And then the legacy of major sporting events, having those facilities that for the next generations of our kids and athletes within the community. So what funding enables? It empowers local sporting organizations with tools and training. It'll help attract and deliver quality sporting events within Central Alberta, to recognize and grow our athletes, volunteers, and leaders, and provide that team of volunteers to allow organizations to host larger events. We always want to expand our pathways within this. So our ask that we're going to different municipalities is we're trying to keep it simple. Basically, we want Sylvan Lake to be kind of an official partner. And for that, we're asking a $5,000 partnership ask for 2026. So that would kind of get Sylvan Lake as an official partner within Central Sport. We've kind of been an unofficial partner, but like I said, we wanted to show kind of what we were able to deliver to the region and then continue to deliver. And make sure that we're actually kind of following through with some of those things. Be able to work with Sylvan to bring those events, to build more volunteerism within the community, and to have those volunteers for bigger events that are happening within the community. So I'll stop there and hopefully any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Council, do we have any questions? Councillor Johannesson.
In all my years of coaching and playing sports, I've actually never heard of your organization, so I'm glad you came here today. How long has it been going on, and how did it kind of start? I'm just curious about that.
Sure, no, great question. So officially it started with the board from the 2019 games, as this was the only legacy organization. However, COVID slowed that down because COVID hit right after that. So we officially have been going about 2.5 years. So we actually have our office in the Collicutt Centre in Red Deer. But for the first year was kind of just getting those initial P's and Q's down. So I was the first hire, and I was part-time at about a 0.4 role. We've expanded since then, so I'm the CEO and I'm about a 0.75. We have a volunteer event coordinator who is about 0.75, and then we also have an executive assistant who's about a 0.5. So we're all part-time, but what we do is we're the connector. So kind of having local sport organizations come in, we will connect them with whatever it might be that they need. But the biggest thing now is starting to kind of make that circle a little bigger around Red Deer to reach out to more regional events, because we know that, you know, like I spend a lot of time in Sylvan Lake. I keep my boat here in the summertime. I love being out here, and we know all the events that happen, but we also want to target kind of the downtimes. What are some things we can support when maybe it's not quite as busy to help with the restaurants and help with the hotels within that? So yes, the reason it was started was just that, create that connector, because nothing ever happened. Everybody just worked in their own silos, whether it be communities or local sport organizations.
And how have you gotten your funding up until this point? Has this been kind of what you do in the past, and this is the first time you've come here, or how have you guys kind of done that? I mean, I partner with Jumpstart, but similar to that with some of my stuff too, so I think that's really cool. But what have you been doing up until this point, I guess?
So there was some legacy money from the 2019 games. We also received funding, annual funding from the City of Red Deer and the County of Red Deer. Those were our two initial funders. Since then, like I said, we've reached out and received funding from the town of Penhold and the town of Black Falls. So now we're here today, and we intend to continue kind of that reach out, but we want to make sure we're bringing value too. Like, we don't want this just to be, hey, we need some money, but we're not going to deliver. We wanted to deliver some things first to the town of Sylvan Lake, and then show, hey, we have this, and we'd like to continue to build and grow on it.
How does that municipal funding levels, how are they set? Do all communities pay the same and receive somewhat equal service? Is it a per capita or population type calculation? What does that look like for the other communities that are involved?
Well, there's no secret. The City of Red Deer funds us for $150,000 a year. The County of Red Deer is about 25. So, and then with the smaller communities, we're asking for 5 right now, because we figure that's, for what we can offer, that's probably good value. And that's where we want to be. We want to be good value to the communities. And so, like I said, I speak regularly with Christy to see what's upcoming, what are some things we can support with. If we have a seminar, we feed it out to the local sport organizations that are part of our directory, but we want to build that as well. We want more Sylvan Lake minor sport organizations part of that directory. But also, if there's an event that we're putting on for free, we would like to actually come to Sylvan and do some events for the local sport organizations as well. And asks like this make it a little bit more easy for us to do that, because being an official partner, we've done that in Blackfalds. Like I said, we're hosting the event in Penhold this summer to do these types of things. And again, if there's ideas that council or administration have, we'd love to hear about them and see if there's things we can support.
Good. Councillor Stindy.
Just a question about partnerships in the sense of events. Sometimes we imagine that, and it has happened, I believe, with some sports. Has the organization had any experience with joint events across municipal boundaries? So we're using a facility in the county and in the city, or, you know, that kind of partnership where it's the same event but multiple venues.
Sure, yeah, great question. There's a lot of large soccer tournaments that do kind of cross over between city and county. For example, Westerner soccer fields to the Dome. So really it's only a mile, but it goes from city to county. The triathlon event would be a really interesting one. So when we spoke to Triathlon Canada, it'd be really interesting to do the bike that would go connect a lot of Central Alberta communities. And then the run, and then obviously the swim using the lake here. So it'd be a really cool event that would incorporate a lot of Central Alberta, and the idea is to get a lot of Central Alberta behind the event as well.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions, Council? All right, seeing none, thank you so much for your presentation. Appreciate you being here.
No, thank you very much for your time, and hope to do more with you in the future.
Thank you. All right, next we will move into the public hearing. Let me explain what that looks like for us. The purpose of this hearing is for council to receive public input regarding the proposed bylaw 1944-2026, being a bylaw to amend the town's land use bylaw 1695-2015. This hearing was advertised in the Sylvan Lake News on February 19th and 26th. I now declare that the public hearing is open. First, I'll invite town administration to give us some background on the proposed changes.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. So bylaw 1944-2026 is a bylaw to amend the town's land use bylaw. The amendments include adding a new site-specific discretionary use for a cigar lounge in the waterfront commercial district. To limit the proliferation of this type of use, the bylaw stipulates a cigar lounge only be located at 5000 Lakeshore Drive. The amendments include new definitions for cigar and cigar lounge and supplementary development regulations that ensure alignment with the exemption for cigar lounges in the provincial tobacco, smoking, and vaping reduction regulations and the town's recently amended smoke-free bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you. Here's the process for how tonight will work. Anyone who wants to speak will have up to 5 minutes. Each person will speak only once. We'll hear from people in this order. First, those in support, then those opposed, then anyone else who feels affected. After that, administration may speak again if required. Council may ask questions after each presentation, but only for clarifications. There will be no cross-examination, debating, or questions from the audience. Once the hearing is closed, council cannot accept any more comments, written or verbal. Before we hear from anyone in attendance, I'll ask administration to read any written comments that were sent ahead of time. Just ensuring you get your steps in tonight.
I should have just stayed put. So 3 written comments were received. This resulted from the referral to external agencies, adjacent landowners, as well as the notification of the public hearing in the Sylvan Lake newspaper. One of the comments was received before the report was written, so you have that in your agenda package. However, we did receive 2 other written comments. So I'm going to read all 3 letters into the record. I'm just going to get my water in preparation. This first letter is from Dr. Friesen and resulted from the referral to Alberta Health Services. And he writes, the proposed changes to the town of Sylvan Lake smoke-free bylaw and land use bylaws to allow for cigar smoking lounges are not consistent with current health information on the first, second, and third-hand effects of cigars and cigar smoke. This letter provides health information related to your deliberations on whether to make changes to allow cigar lounges. Sylvan Lake's previous smoke-free bylaw, number 1765, 2018, provided protection for the health of the public by prohibiting all forms of indoor smoking. It protected workers from exposure to indoor smoking and provided a consistent and equitable approach for all businesses. There is no new health research that would support changing your bylaws to allow for cigar lounges. Health research has found that 1, cigars and cigar smoke has the same additive, toxic, and cancer-causing substances as cigarette tobacco. 2, cigar smokers are exposed to significant amounts of nicotine and many harmful substances. 3, cigar smoke contains substances that cause heart disease, lung disease, cancer, and other harms. 4, there is no safe level of exposure to secondhand smoke. Even brief exposures can cause immediate harm. 5, people do not smoke but are exposed to secondhand smoke, even for a short amount of time, can suffer harmful effects. Health conditions caused by secondhand smoke include heart disease, stroke, lung cancer, and poor reproductive outcomes, including low birth weight. 6, secondhand smoke can cause sudden infant death, respiratory infections, ear infections, and asthma attacks. 7, elimination of the risks to the public and workers is not possible outside of a complete indoor smoking ban. The American Society of Heating, Refrigeration, Air Conditioning Engineers, who set standards for ventilation systems, states, all smoking activity inside or near buildings should be eliminated. The Society also states that even when all practical means of separation and isolation of smoking areas are employed, adverse health effects from exposure in non-smoking spaces in the same building cannot be eliminated. Please continue with a strong smoke-free bylaw that bans all indoor smoking and does not allow exemptions for cigar lounges. Health research does strongly support the measures that Council is considering for the lakefront smoke-free zone. The measures will increase protection from secondhand smoke and vape and promote a healthy lifestyle. The leadership of Council in implementing measures to protect against indoor smoking, create smoke-free public spaces, and promote a healthy lifestyle have improved on the protections that exist under the Tobacco, Smoking, and Vaping Reduction Act. I am a physician specialist in public health and preventative medicine who has been active in supporting measures and actions to reduce the burden of death and disease caused by commercial tobacco and vaping. I am an associate professor with the Department of Community Health Sciences, Cummings School of Medicine at the University of Calgary. I am not sending this letter in my role as a medical officer of health. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comment. Regards, Brent T. Friesen. The second letter is from 2 residents, and it states, Dear Mayor and Council members, we are writing to express our opposition to the proposed amendment to the Land Use Bylaw 1695-2015 that would add cigar lounge as a discretionary use within the waterfront commercial district. Sylvan Lake's waterfront is the community's most important public space and economic asset. The district has been intentionally developed to support tourism, healthy lifestyle, recreation, and family-oriented activities. Its design encourages pedestrian movement, outdoor gathering, and the use of adjacent public spaces such as the promenade, parks, and beaches. Land use decisions within this district should reinforce these goals and protect the character of the waterfront as a healthy, welcoming, and inclusive environment for residents and visitors of all ages. The waterfront is also among the most valuable and visible commercial locations in the community. Properties directly along the lake are prime real estate at the heart of the downtown core, attracting both residents and visitors throughout the year. Because of the prominence and public nature of this location, businesses operating there should contribute to an environment that is welcoming to everyone, including families and children. Uses that are inherently adult-oriented or centered on tobacco consumption are not well aligned with the inclusive and family-friendly character that the waterfront district has worked to cultivate. Introducing a cigar lounge into this area would conflict with these planning objectives. Cigar smoking produces significant secondhand and third-hand smoke, which can travel beyond the interior of a business, particularly when entrances are opened or where outdoor patios or gathering areas exist. In a high-density pedestrian environment such as the waterfront, smoke and odors can easily affect neighboring businesses, sidewalks, outdoor dining areas, and public gathering spaces. This creates potential conflicts between uses and undermines the quality of the public realm. From a public health perspective, municipal policies that reduce public exposure to tobacco smoke are widely recognized as effective tools to protect community health. For this reason, many municipalities have implemented smoke-free public areas, particularly in parks, beaches, and waterfront districts where families and children gather. Creating a discretionary use that is centered on tobacco consumption within a zone that has been intentionally designated smoke-free would undermine the purpose and consistency of this policy. If the community has determined that the waterfront should remain smoke-free for public health and quality of life reasons, there should not be exemptions that introduce uses built around smoking. From a planning perspective, discretionary uses are intended to provide flexibility while still aligning with the broader intent and vision of a district. A cigar lounge does not appear to align with the goals of maintaining a family-friendly, healthy, and highly active public waterfront environment. Allowing this use could also create precedent for similar proposals in the future, potentially leading to incremental erosion of the smoke-free and family-oriented character of the waterfront. For these reasons, we respectfully urge Council to decline the proposed amendment to the Land Use Bylaw 1695-2015 to add cigar lounge as a discretionary use in the waterfront commercial district. Thank you for your time and consideration of this matter and for your continued commitment to protecting the character and public health of Sylvan Lakes waterfront. Sincerely, Randy and Denise Feifel. And the third letter was received from the public health inspector with Alberta Health Services. And it reads, supporting Alberta Health Services vision, healthy Albertans, healthy communities together, safe, healthy environments, endorses the use of an evidence-based public health approach to designing healthy communities. The application is to allow cigar lounges as a discretionary use for Lot D, Block F, Plan 0221204, 5000 Lakeshore Drive, civic address, located within the waterfront commercial district. She is an acronym, has concerns that the proposed location is a high tourism and pedestrian access location and concerns that the operation of the establishment would promote the normalization of cigar use, which contradicts the intent of the town's smoke-free bylaw. She recommends that when cigar lounges are considered as a discretionary use, they be restricted to districts not frequented by children and youth only, such as industrial districts, to avoid the normalization or glamorization of tobacco use in any form. It is our understanding that on February 24th, 2026, Council passed second reading of the proposed smoke-free bylaw updates. She supports the Town of Sylvan Lake smoke-free bylaw and the proposed changes to make all of the lakefront a no-smoking zone along Lakeshore Drive from 34th Street to 53rd Street, which includes 5000 Lakeshore Drive. It is our understanding that the next hearing for the smoke-free bylaw updates is scheduled for March 10th, 2026. If you have any questions or concerns regarding this review, please feel free to contact the undersigned. Sincerely, Pamela Kaduadu. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we'll move along. Here is a us challenge, not a you challenge, let me be clear. This public hearing sign up is new to us and we have them ordered on our agenda, but I don't actually know who falls into what category. So I'm gonna go through one by one and I'm gonna rely on those that signed up to tell me where you shall fall. So first I'd like to hear from anyone who is here in support of bylaw 1944-2026. And I have Gail Foreman. I don't believe you fall into that category. I'll continue on. We'll do everyone in that category, but I'll just go down the list and ask if it applies to you, just stand up when it's your turn. Zona Skiri, welcome. You know, it is unfortunately unusual for us to have this amount of interest in a public hearing, and what a shame that that is the case. So we're so happy to have you all here. But if you can just turn on your mic, start with an introduction one more time, and then we're happy to hear from you.
I'm Zona Siri, and I am the one that caused maybe some of this public hearing. Just into terms of that, I think I can totally appreciate and understand the concerns that Alberta Health has, as I run a business as well, and we also have a smoke-free entrance and all that stuff. So I can totally appreciate that, and I respect the part of the miners' health, all those things. I've taken all those things into consideration before I would have proposed such a thing as this. And I think with that taken into very serious consideration on what it would look like, how it would impact the town, or even people coming, all those things. And I think the biggest thing is that, as we all know, everybody has a right to choose. If I think about where I work, you can either choose to stay at Best Western or you can choose to stay at a different hotel, whatever is best for you, either if it's financial or if it's a location or whatever the case may be. And I think that with anything that we do in life, the outcome normally is that we've made that choice. And then the other part of it would be also for the building piece of it. We've been very purposeful, again, for it to have separate ventilation, and actually also to think of it that we are, or I look at myself as I'm not only a parent, but I'm also a grandma, and so what kind of a legacy do I leave? Also for people to, and with me saying that is kind of in, you know, when we walk past and see somebody smoking, sometimes we pass judgment on that, right? And so in this property that we have and the location that we have designated for this, none of that would be there. And it would also be a choice of people coming and understanding what kind of establishment they're coming into, hence of either membership or whatever the case may be. And with cigar bar, also that there are no minors. In some of the establishments that we have for drinking, minors are allowed. And so for me, it's very important that there aren't minors allowed. Again, just for that whole compass of what, I guess, in my head and what I feel would be a great experience for Sylvan Lake. And also, I mean, I could stand and talk about this for an extensive time, but also for I'm not sure how to say this, for I guess I'm just going to say it this way. Since we've even had the coffee shop at the hotel, I see it over and over and over how community needs each other, how we need each other, and I mean, it blesses my heart to see when men come and visit and do, you know, do life. But I think more so than that, also just to have a place for that to be in a larger effect of males to be either mentored or to have that relationship, to also have a spot for them to go to, where we can go and have a glass of wine, us as women. I'll put my hand up for that. And sometimes that's all I need. I don't need to pay for therapy. And sometimes, you know, that's kind of, sometimes that's the part. And also, I guess I just want to speak on one more thing. Being a new hotel owner for the last 3 years and keeping my ear to the ground, when I hear guests come and listen and engage and all those things, and I think sometimes this is an understated thing that we as residents might not realize, people love to come to Sylvan Lake. When they come, they feel at home. They feel that we are a small town. They feel that they can walk. It doesn't matter what time of day. It doesn't matter what time in the morning. They will ask, what trail is safe to run on? Any trail. or where can I cycle, or where can I go here? And I think sometimes I hear it all the time, and maybe I don't share it enough, that when guests come and we hear so much positive about the town of Sylvan Lake, and so for me, I guess, to think of why a cigar bar would be to enhance the spot of Sylvan Lake so that people can come in the shoulder seasons, either at the beginning or at the end, and not be, and have time to actually sit and visit, and it not be, you know, run to the beach, come back, and, you know, for it to just fit into the 2 months of sometimes what we have for summer. So that's kind of my take on, and my piece just on the cigar bar.
Excellent, thank you. Councillor, do we have any questions? Councillor Johannesson.
I didn't realize that it was you that was opening it. I don't know if you've watched some of the conversations we've had, but you made some points that I've made as well. Just a question, because I think there was some misunderstandings in some of these letters. You would know more than I would, obviously, since you've been looking into this. I've been looking into it as well, but you've been talking to the people, I assume. So one of the concerns that was in one of the letters was when you open the door, all this smoke's going to pour out. And from my understanding, it's actually a negative air intake. So it's similar to the dome in Red Deer, where if you walk in, the air actually sucks in, right, and not goes out. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you talk a little bit about some of that
So the
stuff?
ventilation. So first of all, when you walk in, you actually walk into the stairwell. So you wouldn't even, first of all, you wouldn't see who was there. You wouldn't, think of it as a speakeasy where the stairwell goes down, there's a landing, the stairwell goes down again, and there's a door. Okay, so there would be 2 doors before you would even get in. And the ventilation has to be so extreme that when you leave, your wife shouldn't be able to say, oh, you were at the cigar bar. That it doesn't linger. I have experienced a cigar bar, and at first, when I went in and I was like, what are these people doing? It doesn't make sense to me. And you know how sometimes you think your brain's doing a trick on you, where you can see them smoking, but there's not, you know, the people don't disappear in a cloud of smoke. That's how strong the ventilation is. So it's an in and out all the time. And another concern about the smoke going to the beach, you know, if it were to be ventilated out, that also we are taking into consideration, not into consideration, that is a must for us as well. And to speak to that, when I'm sitting in my office and somebody's not following the rules of where to smoke and they're smoking right by the hotel door, I'm like, somebody is smoking at my door. So I get that the ventilation is strong, and it can be. And again, that's something that with the architects and all that, we are looking into that so that doesn't affect anybody. And that's when I say that we get to have a choice, that it would be a choice for you to come in, to be in that establishment, and it should not affect anybody that doesn't come in.
So you would say that unless you walked into the building, you wouldn't even know it was there?
Correct.
Essentially.
It has to be that way, because otherwise I have other things that I'm doing in there, and so it would not be to my advantage or to anybody else if that's something that they could smell in being in there. That's right.
So it really does come down to, if you don't want to be involved, you won't even know it's there.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
So there's no windows publicly, you can't, like, there's no piece of that at all.
Floor to ceiling walls.
That's correct.
Stuff like that.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Iwanicki.
You may not have this finalized yet, or maybe you do. Where is the exhaust planning on actually being exited from the building?
So we don't as of yet. So I am meeting with some of my architects. They came down and we kind of talked about that to see where would be best. And also how do we stop the filtration, or how do we stop any of that being filtered? So I wish I could speak more to it, but if you ask me again in the next 2 weeks, I should have an answer for you.
Any additional questions? Councillor Bilodeau.
Zona, when you made the application, were you aware of the fact that you can't serve liquor or food in there? Because we just found that out through the information that Alberta Health Services gave to us. So
Yes and no. I am meeting with Alberta Health, with the regional for Central Alberta as well this week, and just to have a conversation in regards to that. Yep.
Councillor Johansson.
So, and I think this is an important point to make. If we approve this, you still have to go through a ton of steps to even make it happen, correct? This isn't like we approve it and now that 100% is going in, because you have to do, like you said, all this work to make it so that people don't know that it's there, to find out about the other things that you can have there. So this is just kind of a step for you to then take your steps further to make sure you comply with everything, right?
That's 100%. So it would kind of be, as an example, even though I have a pool and a hot tub, you guys know that, but you have no clue what I have to do on a daily, on an hourly basis to keep that safe, to make sure it gets covered by HS, to make sure all those things are covered and that it applies for everybody. So that, and who has to be certified and how all the ventilation and all that has to be. So it'd be very much in comparison, very much that same idea. Yep.
Thank you. I think you've been sufficiently grilled, so we will carry on with the public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
We're still under the category for anyone who's in support. I also have an Olivia Stevies who's signed up. Perfect, I'll carry on. We'll add a column before we do this next time so that I don't have to awkwardly ask that. Next, just final call if there's anyone else that didn't have the opportunity to sign up that is here to speak in support. Great. We'll now hear from anyone who is opposed to the bylaw. And we'll go back to our list. Ms. Foreman. You saw how it was done. If you could push the button on the center of your microphone and start with an introduction, we're happy to hear from you.
Okay, my name is Gail Foreman. I'm here as a private citizen of Sylvan Lake. I've lived here for almost 25 years. And I'm speaking against this proposal for a number of reasons. I was a key player in Sylvan Lake in getting the original 2018 bylaw put into effect. And the non-combustibles was a huge part of that. It made our smoke-free bylaw one of the most comprehensive in the province. And I'm really concerned that this critical piece is not going to be maintained. I understand the applicant's concern in protecting people's health, not having any emissions supposedly, and so forth. But the reality is that it's not as simple as that. The science is a lot more complicated than just the smell. Eliminating the smell doesn't necessarily eliminate all the toxins that are in secondhand smoke. And in fact, since I don't have as long as I thought I might have had to talk about everything that I'm concerned about, I just will say a couple of things. First, cigar smoke has the higher levels of carcinogens than tobacco smoke. A single large cigar can contain as much nicotine as a whole package of cigarettes. Cigarette smoke is generally inhaled, while cigar smoke is usually held in the mouth, so it's absorbed through the cheek, the buccal mucosa in your mouth. It's more alkaline, allowing for faster direct nicotine absorption through the mouth. It causes cancer. It causes heart disease. It's not harmless. Excuse me. There are harmful chemicals in cigar smoke. There's more tar. In tar, for every gram of tobacco smoke, there's more cancer-causing tar in cigars than in cigarettes. There's a higher level of toxins in cigars. The non-porous cigar wrapper makes the burning of cigar tobacco less complete than the burning of a cigarette. As a result, cigar smoke has higher concentrations of toxins than cigarette smoke. And despite the myth that they may be safer, cigar smoke poses a significant, comparable, and sometimes higher risk to health than cigarette smoke does. Now, I want to talk a little bit about the video that I saw on Facebook of council. Because of the quality of the video that I saw wasn't really great, I can't identify for certain the person that was talking. There was a lot of information in that bit of information that was shared on the video. First, that there are mental health benefits. It was claimed several times, this mental health benefit of getting together to smoke. Scientific evidence has proven that nicotine actually causes anxiety and depression and mental health problems, particularly exposures at key developmental stages that can alter brain development permanently. Nicotine is highly lipophilic, which means it dissolves easily in fat, of which the brain is primarily compromised. Once in the bloodstream, it rapidly crosses the blood-brain barrier and accumulates in the brain. Some of you may be of a vintage, as I am, of remembering Hans Seeley, the father of stress. Future Shock was one of the books that he wrote. Over his 40-year career, he was nominated for, get this, the Nobel Prize 17 times for his research in endocrinology and the immune system. He published over 1,500 research papers. I mean, the man was prolific. What is less known about Mr. Seeley is that he was also paid by the tobacco industry for the last 20 years of his life and career, and his skewed approach to our mental and physical health has skewed the way we've defined stress today. Indeed, much of his later work in the science of stress was bankrolled by the tobacco industry, seeking to establish a link between stress and chronic illnesses like cardiac disease and cancer as a way to counter the narrative that cigarettes were responsible for these illnesses. So, what we do know, the other piece, I'm not going to go further into that, but sharing products was promoted. So passing around a cigarette, a cigar, a vape, or a hookah pipe has been proven to transmit various communicable diseases like influenza, COVID, TB, meningococcal disease, and so forth. So that's not something that I would recommend in any location for public health and for personal health. The speaker also promoted the dual use of alcohol and tobacco as a net benefit for mental health, which is egregious, in my opinion, and certainly contrary to trusted scientific evidence. Alcohol is also a known carcinogen. Dual use of tobacco and alcohol creates a dangerous synergy, increasing the risk of cancer, cardiovascular disease, and dependency far more than either substance alone. There are far more effective and healthy options to address mental health for men and women in Sylvan Lake. In fact, there is already a place for men to get together in Sylvan Lake, the Men's Shed Club, where men come together, build relationships, and socialize around shared activities. There are also various service clubs in Sylvan Lake which also foster friendships and shared activities, and where smoking doesn't occur. Ceremony was also mentioned in the video. Traditional tobacco use is sacred and ceremonial for Indigenous people. To somehow imply that use of commercial tobacco products in a social setting is comparable to the ceremony of Indigenous use is insulting, in my opinion, and minimizes the values of that cultural practice. I doubt anybody in a cigar lounge will be offering prayers or thanks to the Creator. And I've included a link to the Keep Tobacco Sacred program that Primary Care Alberta supports. I also fail to see how promoting cigar smoking can be seen as a draw for tourism. It might be a draw, pardon the pun, for a very particular type of person, but would more people really come to Sylvan Lake just to smoke cigars in a lounge? I mean, our biggest draw has always been and always will be the lake and the beach and all the activities that happen in that area. There is strong evidence, in fact, that creating smoke-free spaces is, in fact, a draw for tourism. And it makes the location safer health-wise for visitors, the environment, and better for wildlife. I feel very passionate based on the 25 years of deep knowledge I have about not only the health concerns of these products, but the legislative and regulatory frameworks that are presently enforced to protect people's health and that govern these kinds of facilities. Perhaps one of the reasons there is only one other cigar lounge in Alberta, on federal territory, by the way, so out of our jurisdiction, is on the Enoch Reserve. And possibly due to the strict regulatory frameworks and the few numbers who are in support of having them in their communities. The exemption, I'm going to just talk about taking out the any combustible products is setting back our 13 plus years of effective public health measures in Sylvan Lake, and sets us back legislatively by more than a decade. Sylvan Lake was an example for other communities for a very long time who looked to model their bylaws after Sylvan Lake's bylaw and the Red Deer bylaw as well. The Red Deer bylaw was the first in Canada to have a comprehensive bylaw of this nature. We hit the national news. It was quite exciting. You know, Angeline Webb, who has been a colleague of mine and is a policy analyst for the Canadian Cancer Society, says the allowance of smoking in cigar lounges serves the desires of a few, and I would agree with that. The exemption was talked about, and the conditions of the exemption were talked about by the lady who supports it and wants to bring it to Sylvan Lake. There is a bit of a lag when the door's shut to a self-closing door system. I've worked in hospital as a nurse with negative pressure rooms, right? They're not perfect, thing one. The other piece is that exhaust would, exhaust of the smoke would go directly to the outside of the building in which the smoking has occurred, right?
And I'll just jump in just to
Yes.
give you your nearing the wrap-up warning. Because I
Okay.
want to make sure you get to all your key points.
I do. So it would go into a place that is considered or being considered as a smoke-free zone, which is against the intent of the provincial legislation. And I have, just for your information, provided Megan a copy of all of my notes and links to sources so that you have it and can trust that I'm not just making stuff up. Okay, the other piece that I want to talk about before I stop is third-hand smoke. There is evidence that once second-hand smoke, so those are all the chemicals that get blown out into the air when people smoke or vape or do whatever, land on surfaces where they embed themselves in those surfaces and begin to chemically react. And those reactions create new compounds, which are sometimes even more toxic than the actual smoke that was deposited. So the other problem is that these reactions never stop. This is actual tobacco industry research. Back in the day when secondhand smoke was just emerging as a concern about tobacco smoking, the industry was concerned because people were not buying their products anymore because of their fear about exposure to secondhand smoke. They weren't making profits, and they were having to replace the people who had stopped, who had quit, or who had died. It was affecting their profits significantly. So they commissioned a study. And what they did was ran secondhand smoke 8 hours a day for 110 days through a furnished room that was 30 meters cubed, so a big room. They ventilated clean air every night. They examined nicotine and other harmful pollutants known to cause cancer, and at the end of the study, after the last cigarette was extinguished, the amount of cancer-causing substances persisted and significantly exceeded the amount that came out of the cigarettes. The industry is fully aware of this. information. And in fact, it was never intended to be made public. This was industry research for their own use. And then came the American Master Settlement on tobacco in 1998, and all of their documents were made public. So now we know too. We've known for over 21 years now. No service, including cleaning, is allowed in the cigar lounge during the hours of operation. But because of what I've just told you about second and third hand smoke, anybody who is in there, the people that are using the products, and the people that come in after who are cleaning, okay? Those people are also going to be exposed to all these toxic substances, regardless of the ventilation. And they should be, if you allow this, they should be provided with the appropriate personal protective gear to protect their health and safety when working in the facility, and with the protocols for safe removal and disposal of this equipment. Primary Care Alberta has a protocol for safe storage and disposal of these things that the tobacco smoking and vaping enforcement officers with that program follow, that could be shared upon request if council still wishes to proceed with the approval of this cigar lounge. But you have some choices to make. To reinstate the no combustibles piece of the 2018 bylaw and more fully protect the health and safety of the citizens and visitors to Sylvan Lake, reject the approval of the lounge, and deter others that may lobby for the same option, as in cannabis lounges and hookah lounges. That would further negatively affect citizens and visitors, and this would be my strong recommendation. Or to allow the lounge. Lobbying will happen if you do that. That will happen. It will happen. Even if you move it away from the smoke-free zone, other groups will be coming to copy what's happening. And we may not be able to keep Sylvan Lake safe for our visitors and safe for our children and our citizens going forward. Thank you very much for taking the time to listen, and I look forward to hearing back from you if you read the whole presentation and look at some of the links to the sources. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, do we have any questions? Councillor Johannesson.
Yeah, just a couple. First of all, I'm the only one that puts videos out on Facebook, so.
Sorry, say that again?
I'm the only one that puts videos out on Facebook of our council, so just so you're clear.
Okay, thank you.
You did misinterpret some of the things I said. But I've got a couple questions for you. One, who exactly are you trying to protect? Because the people that go in there, like we've said, is a choice. So is this, I'm not of the belief that I should be telling anyone what they can and cannot do. So who are you, who are you trying to protect? People who are already smoking are gonna choose to go in there, or? Well, I'm just confused.
I'm trying to protect the public. People who choose to go in there absolutely will do that. But when they come out, they're bringing all that stuff out with them. They are. It's in their clothing, it's in their hair, they're bringing it out, regardless of the negative pressure on the inside. It is coming with them. And it will expose everybody else who comes into contact with them.
What do you think is worse? A drunk person on the street or someone that walked out of a cigar lounge?
Sorry, I'll just jump in for both of you. We don't allow any cross-examination or back and forth dialogue.
Thank you.
Just questions for clarification. So if you have additional questions for clarification.
Thank you.
Are we talking about the cigar bylaw?
We do have it later in our agenda, yes.
Oh, okay. Then I can leave it for that. That's fine.
Any additional questions for clarification? Seeing none, thank you for your presentation.
Okay. Thank you very much, appreciate it.
Next, we'll move into Olivia Steves. Still under the category of anyone who's opposed to the bylaw. Welcome. You saw the drill. If you can just start with an introduction, we're happy to hear from you.
Hello, Council. My name is Olivia Steves. I've only lived here for a couple of years. However, I did come from another small town that turned into a place I didn't really want to call home anymore. And by living in Sylvan Lake, I want to be part of decisions like this that can create a community I'm happy to live in and doesn't become like another community I previously lived in. So my concerns come from a less health-wise option because people are going to do whatever they want. And once again, I'm not going to tell people what they can or cannot do. If you choose to smoke, that is a choice you are making, and that is a health choice. I didn't look a whole lot into how these systems work and how they would keep the smoke from going on to Lakeshore, going on to our beach area, because I probably wouldn't understand them. So where my concern is coming from is what this type of business on that type of area looking onto our lake tells about our community. And I think having a business that does have, that does promote an unhealthy habit is not a good thing to have on our lake shore. It is, here, sorry, I do have notes. That building in particular is the first building on the very end of 50th Street. That is our main street that comes down. We have a lot of people who come down that street and see all our businesses and see our beach, and we've got our, the pier right there, and we have a lookout and a beach right there as well. This building in particular does have patios that are open to the air and overlook the beach. And I've been there and I've sat on those patios lots of mornings when the previous cafe existed there, and it is a beautiful view. However, I don't see how those patios can be closed off and still look nice when you're walking down the pier for people to be smoking. So it's also about the aesthetics of the building. Seeing, you know, the patios is nice. If they close those off, it's gonna look terrible. But also it takes away from a really, really perfect spot on the lake to have something that can be enjoyed by many, not just people putting their health at risk. So that's kind of my biggest concerns there.
Excellent, thank you. Council, do we have any questions? Seeing none, I'll thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Do we have anyone else here that is not on my sheet that would like to speak in opposition of the bylaw? Sure, come on forward. If you could also start with an introduction, and I'll just ask before you leave, I'll ensure we have a sheet if we can get your contact information just to ensure we're accurate for the minutes. That'd be appreciated.
Thank you. I'll make it really short. Everybody's kind of summed up what I had to say.
And if you could just start with an introduction of your name, please.
I'm Bree Matthews. I moved here a couple of years ago, very similar to Ms. Steves. And I'm gonna make this really short and sweet. I think this sets an extremely dangerous precedent. And I also think that as a provisional therapist, I think that that is genuinely not something that should be promoted. And it does go against every single health bylaw that we have related to smoking, and I'm not sure why we would change that now. If you want to have something like this, that is something I wouldn't be opposed to in an industrial area. But right on the main drag, like Ms. Steve said, that is, you know, what represents our community. And I also moved from a community that I didn't quite align with. And that's not something that I personally would like to see come to the town that I've come to love. And I bought a house here recently, so I'm kind of committed. And I think that having this lounge would be detrimental to everyone, not just the people who are in there. I understand that there's certain systems that you can have in place that get rid of the smell of smoke, but like Ms. Foreman said, there's the science is just, it proves that it's on your clothes, it is in your hair, it can even be in your fingernails if you're there long enough and you go consistently, it will grow with your fingernails, it'll grow with your hair. So this is, and I had a lot of the same research that she did as well, so just to make it short, I agree with what the last two people said, and I think that this is again, setting a very dangerous precedent. And it shouldn't stop here, right? If this is something that we're allowing, what's stopping, you know, different groups to come in and say, well, why can't we have a cannabis lounge, or why can't we have something else? Which I've not looked too much into the cannabis lounge end of things, so that's something for a different day, but that's all from my end.
Thank you. Councillor Iwaniki, a question.
Just because I think you mentioned it, but I didn't quite catch it. What did you mention your profession was?
I'm a provisional therapist.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I don't actually know what that means, but I will look it up after.
I'll say it super quickly. It's essentially a therapist who's not, they're licensed, but they're not fully licensed. So I'm just completing my master's degree right now. So in order to get my hours, I have to prove that, you know, I can actually do the job, so.
Interesting, thank you. Any additional questions from council? Seeing none, thank you for your presentation. If you could just stop by the clerk's desk, we will gather your contact information there. Thank you. Do we have anyone else who is in the gallery who wishes to speak in opposition to the bylaw? Seeing none, finally, is there anyone who feels they are affected by the bylaw and wishes to speak? If you weren't sure which category you fit into, this is you. One more call. Anyone else in attendance who'd like to comment on the bylaw? All right, seeing none. Council, do you have any questions for administration related to what we heard in the public hearing, reminding us that we do have this agenda item coming up shortly? Seeing none, if there's no further questions, I now declare that this public hearing is closed. As a reminder, council will not accept any more comments on this bylaw now that the hearing is closed. Please also note that comments made tonight or sent in writing will be included in the meeting minutes and made public. As required by law under the no longer the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, under ATIA. This is a pop quiz of who has done their training and knows what the acronym is. That, thank you. With that, yeah, our public hearing is closed. We will take, council, let's take a 12-minute recess here. We're at about that hour, and then we'll come back into the rest of our agenda. Thank you very much. You know, it's interesting, I just heard the recess chatter was about how long this meeting might go, and I just want to remind us all, as per our procedural bylaw, that we do have some things in place to ensure that we are all concise with our thoughts. That is that each member gets 5 minutes of speaking time, and that we will all get to go around and say our piece on each of these items once before we would start a second round, so that we're not doing too much back and forth. So I'll just ask if you can really try and consolidate all your thoughts as we get to each of these items, so that you say it all in one time on the mic, if at all possible, because we could be here until 2 o'clock in the morning if we don't do that. Thank you. All right, we will move along to bylaw 1944-2026, the land use bylaw cigar lounge. Welcome.
Thank you. So for council to consider granting second and third reading to bylaw 1944-2026, which is an amendment to the land use bylaw to add a new use category for a cigar lounge within the waterfront commercial district. So a business proponent has expressed interest in developing an indoor cigar lounge as part of a redevelopment at 5000 Lakeshore Drive, located in the waterfront commercial district. Neither the current land use bylaw nor the smoke-free bylaw had allowed for indoor cigar smoking. Therefore, amendments were required to both these bylaws before a development permit for this use could be considered. The smoke-free bylaw was amended to add the exemption for cigar lounge on February 24th. The waterfront commercial district is intended to support a range of commercial uses, including tourism-oriented businesses that help contribute to a vibrant downtown. A cigar lounge is a niche adult activity that could help support the downtown tourism economy. If approved, the town would be among a very few municipalities in Alberta that allow such establishments. The proposed amendments include adding new definitions for cigar and cigar lounge that ensure alignment with the provincial regulations, and that indoor smoking lounges are a separate and distinct use. The amendment also proposes additional requirements under the supplementary regulations that are specific to a cigar lounge and that focus on impact mitigation, including consideration of the exhaust system placement to avoid impacts on public spaces and adjacent properties. Includes that a cigar lounge include a filtration system designed to minimize odors at the exhaust outlet that may impact the public using adjacent walkways and open spaces. Site-specific limitations for a cigar lounge at 5000 Lakeshore Drive. Any future proposal elsewhere would require another land use amendment and council's approval, preventing unintended proliferation of this type of use. And a cigar lounge would be listed as a discretionary use on a parcel, giving the development authority oversight on compliance for specific ventilation and physical separation requirements. So the bylaw was referred to external agencies, internal departments, adjacent landowners, and the public hearing was also advertised in the Sylvan Lake News. Administration received comments from AGLC and a health inspector from AHS. As noted in the report, AGLC has indicated that if the town approves the cigar lounge and a business license is issued, they will accept an application for a liquor license. Alberta Health Services clarified that no service of food or drink will be allowed in the smoking area, and the smoking room must be separate from any area that would be serving food or drink. Alberta Health Services also expressed non-support of the bylaw, citing concerns around the location in a high tourism and pedestrian access location and the normalization or glamorization of tobacco use. Alberta Health Services also recommended that a cigar lounge be considered a discretionary use in industrial districts only. Since the preparation of this report, administration had received 2 additional comments which have been read into the public record. And one was coming from a medical doctor who expressed non-support of the bylaw, and the other comments were from concerned residents that cite a contradiction between maintaining the waterfront as a family-friendly, healthy, and highly active public space. As noted from Dr. Friesen, his comments are based on his role as a physician with specialization in public health and preventative medicine, not as his role as a medical officer of health with Alberta Health Services. His comments serve to provide health information for council to consider in their deliberations. If the bylaw is ultimately approved, the proponent must submit a development permit application where the location of venting to the outdoor and manner of filtration will be reviewed to minimize any potential impacts to the outdoor public realm. Administration respectfully recommends that Council grant second reading to bylaw 1944-2026, and if Council has no major concerns, to also grant third reading. So this concludes my presentation, and the resolution is before you in your agenda package. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll start with questions from Council. Councilor Mearns.
I don't know if we heard this previously, but the provincial part that allows this to happen, it is specifically for cigar only, correct? Like there's not a cigarette smoking lounge, or we heard some questions about a cannabis lounge. This is specifically a lounge through the province for a cigar lounge, correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Mearns, yes, that's correct. Cigar was specified in the exemption to the tobacco, smoking, and vaping reduction regulations.
Additional questions, Council. Councillor Iwanicki.
I just would like a little bit more clarification from administration on, so reading the report, I understand why it's site limited to a degree, but like from hearing the public feedback, I heard kind of two generalized concerns. One is the health concern, and that's kind of an all or nothing if you're, it's either nowhere or allowed. The other I heard a lot of is the specific location being a concern for people. What's the rationale behind limiting the amendment to the bylaw to being that one specific site rather than saying it's a discretionary use and then allow administration to make those decisions on where it would be appropriate within that district?
Through the chair to Councillor Iwanicki, administration realized that this could potentially be a use that may have impacts to the public realm, adjacent landowners. So limiting it to a site-specific made it so that we wouldn't be seeing a lot of these types of lounges in the waterfront commercial area as a whole. So just, there's not that many comparables for a cigar lounge to kind of study some of the impacts or issues or problems that have arisen from this type of use. So limiting it to a specific site kind of kept a little bit, allowed us to have a little bit more control over, kind of, I guess, being a guinea pig, so to speak, in terms of this type of use. So we just felt that it was best to limit it to a site-specific, and any other applicant that would decide to come forward would have to amend the land use bylaw to add that use into that, for that location as well, in which case council would have their, be the decision-making authority for that. So we just felt that it's, just because it was such a new type of use, that we would take that approach.
Follow up? Sure.
Just a quick one. So reading the AHS suggestions, what I gather is they said an industrial location would be a better suited to this type of facility. Now, appreciating the suggested amendments are for the waterfront commercial district, I appreciate that. Are we not potentially setting ourselves up for failure? Let's say somebody wants to do this again in the future. Now we have to go through this entire process a second time. That'd be my concern here is if we say, no, because we don't like that site, now we're going to do it again because a different site is chosen. Is that not a risk of this approach?
Through the chair to Councillor Iwanicki, there would be no risk as any application that would come forward. Yes, there would be a process that they would need to go through to get that approval, but just given that this use is somewhat highly problematic, that we felt that this approach was the best approach to take, and if there was ever another applicant that wished to come forward, council would be able to consider that application based on its merits.
Any additional questions? I have a couple. One is a really specific one. There's a note in the bylaw around where the exhaust vent needs to go, and given that property's location, because it says the exhaust outlet shall be located to minimize impacts on adjacent properties, public spaces, walkways, building intakes, access points. Essentially, the only way to do that in this building would be a roof exhaust. Is that what I am reading?
So to the chair. Because we haven't actually had a floor plan indicating where the exhaust would be venting, the bylaw allows us to ensure that if it was venting, let's say directly out onto the beach, that we may want to work with the applicant to attempt to vent it, let's say somewhere, towards the roof where the, any particulate matter that would be coming out of that exhaust would be able to dissipate there before it got to the public level.
Thank you. How is parking addressed in this situation, or would that be at the future stage?
To the chair. So as part of the waterfront commercial district, this type of use actually has no parking requirements. There's many types of uses in the waterfront commercial district that don't require parking, and this would be one such use that we wouldn't consider parking for.
Sure. And my final question is just around, I think some of the uncertainty is around let me frame this in a question. What assurances do we have about what other uses may be in the building to ensure that they are compatible? Is that something, it's quite unusual for us to look at rezoning and having something not take up the whole building, which means, could a childcare facility end up on floor 2? What kind of assurances do we have there that it would be reasonably compatible uses for now and long into the future for this site?
To the chair. So the other development that is going to accompany the cigar lounge, we will be taking that development permit application as a whole, ensuring that those uses are compatible. So I'll use an example. If a daycare was going in there, then that would be something that would be a concern that we would need to address. So we would make sure through the development permit process that those uses are compatible. If for any reason there was a change in use at a later time, it would also come under that review to ensure that the new proposed use would be compatible with what's existing in the building.
And who decides on that compatibility? Like, is that something that's really outlined in our land use bylaw in terms of what would be compatible with this? How does council have that assurance, I guess?
Yeah, so to the chair. Administration would have the authority to approve a use, and we also would have the option to refer this to the Municipal Planning Commission. As part of the amendments that we made that granted administration greater approving authority, we indicated that through the circulation, which there would be a circulation because it would be a discretionary use, that if we received numerous letters of objection, that typically we would refer that application to the Municipal Planning Commission for a decision.
Thank you. Additional questions? Councillor Ostindi.
Just a question about engineers. Under the Public Health and Safety supplemental regulations in the report, it refers to an engineered exhaust filtration system. Having done some work on a property on septic fields, when I was asked for an engineered system, I had to employ an engineer. Am I interpreting that correct, that this would be an engineer that would be involved in this?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions? Great. Would someone like to put second reading on the floor so we can start debate? Councillor Mearns, thank you.
Make a motion that council ground second reading to bylaw 1944-2026 as presented in AIR 1343, being a bylaw to amend the land use bylaw 1695-2015.
Excellent. Thank you. We'll open up the floor for debate or further comment, council. Councillor Mearns, sure.
Kick it off. Appreciate all the information that was presented by everyone here tonight, and lots of information that we didn't know and some stuff we learned, and can appreciate the concerns that were presented. Some notes I took based on all the presenters. You know, one of the biggest ones for me is we hear about the health concern, but I know the applicant has spoken to us, and it's fully enclosed. There's no windows, there's you know, two-door access before you have to get in. So I'm confident that the facility is enclosed, and that along with the ventilation system that has to be approved, has to be engineered, along with Alberta Health Services approving everything along the way. So confident in those two things, or those few things. Also, the applicant mentioned no minors, which is something I would support, as well as some sort of membership or fee. So it's not something that you would just casually think of walking in, or someone coming in randomly, but there would be some sort of membership that you would have to purchase to enter it. We've talked a lot around the table, and many councillors have brought it up, just around not policing businesses. There's lots of establishments in our community that probably aren't the healthiest. I won't list any of them. You know, and some of those we've heard today, minors can enter those. So I'm very confident with the applicant. We're just one governing body to help move this along, but there's many more that have to approve this before it's a done deal, and we heard that tonight as well. So I think there's lots of checks and balances in place by the applicant. We've got engineers, we've got Alberta Health Services that are involved, and so this is something that I would support, for the fact that it looks like all the checks and balances have been put in place, and if in the end Alberta Health Services says no, they're not, then they can't proceed anyways. So I'm confident that things will be put in place, and if they're not, then it won't happen, but it's something that I'll support.
Councillor Johannesson.
Yeah, so I echo what Councillor Mern says, and I want to be very clear. I don't think, and anyone that knows me well, like Councillor Payne to my right, understands that there aren't a lot of people probably in this world that care more about their health than myself. I'm a bit of a psycho when it comes to what goes into my body and what I decide to do with my life. But I'm not, and while I wish you guys wouldn't eat all the wonderful snacks that we get over there, because they're not that healthy for you guys, and I care about you guys, I'm not going to tell you not to, because I don't want to look like a jerk, and I don't want to look like I'm trying to police people's behavior in general. And for me, that's what this comes down to. We've got what seems to me a passionate applicant that is going to go through the checks and balances to do her due diligence and make sure that this meets the standards that it needs to meet. And I don't think that I'm so much better than anyone else to tell them what they should and shouldn't do with their body. If someone comes to me for advice, I'm more than happy to give it. I mean, I love talking all things health and wellness with people at all times. But I'm not going to force that on to people. And that's why I just can't, even though I don't smoke myself, and it's not something that I would partake in, I can't tell somebody else not to do something that might help. Now, one of the speakers mentioned mental health, because I've mentioned it multiple times. Men are different than women. We're very simple, but we're also very stupid. And the reality is that being able to go somewhere like a cigar lounge is a place where it does help our mental health, because we do. I can't even really explain it. If you're a man, you understand it. If you're a woman, you probably don't. Just like I don't understand women things. It's not a bad thing, but that it is a net mental health benefit. There are far worse things than smoking. Fast food is one of them. Prescription medications, which we give out all the time. You know, we got a doctor from Calgary that wrote to us about stuff, and you know, it upsets me a little bit because we hand out pills like they're candy these days. We seem to have this focus on smoking. Nicotine in of itself has been studied for cognitive enhancement. That's in PubMed, in the Journal of Science and Medicine, for neuroprotective effects, Parkinson's and Alzheimer's. Those are both in PubMed. Anti-inflammatory effects, mood and stress effects. Many positive things with nicotine in of itself, which seems to get forgotten about a lot. And one of the speakers mentioned that nicotine makes people anxious and whatever. So I think that's an important thing to say as well. And then the normalization part kind of bothers me a little bit, because we have a lakeshore that has alcohol everywhere. And I asked a question, what's worse, a drunk person on the street or someone walking out of a cigar lounge? And while that wasn't the appropriate time, and I apologize for asking that question at that time, it's still a question that I would like answered by someone who opposes this, because I would take the person walking out of a cigar lounge all day long than the drunk jerk walking out of a bar. And we have bars everywhere. And so we are hypocrites if we're going to come out and try to protect people from themselves. And I didn't get elected to council to protect people from themselves. And I'm uncomfortable doing that, and I can't do that, and I'm going to put my trust in the applicant to do her due diligence and the province to do their due diligence and make sure this is good. Lastly, the last thing I'll say on this is just the location aspect. The business, that building is not owned by the town. We don't decide what goes, I guess we're helping decide, but we don't own the business. So to say like, oh, we could put something that's more family friendly there, we don't have a choice over that. That's the person who owns the business. And the family friendly part, again, we have a lakeshore full of bars and liquor and alcohol and people smoking outside the entire time. I wouldn't say it's the most family-friendly place at certain times either. So, yeah, that's pretty much it, I think, for that part.
Councillor Payne.
I'm torn on this issue a lot. My feeling about this is not as defined as Councillor Mearns or Councillor Johannesson. And I think it's because I do not support smoking as an activity in any way at all. It's not in my values. However, I also know that the epidemic of loneliness and seclusion in men is as real as the dangers of smoking. So I find myself torn. If I was debating, as Councillor Johannesson laid out, if I was debating the licensing of a new nightclub or a casino, it would be an absolute no. It would be an easy, it's not going to happen as far as I'm concerned. But that's not what this is. What this is a highly regulated, segregated, small activity. So that's where I'm torn. I do not support the activity. I want to make that clear. And I will not support the business. But I do think that if somebody wanted to go to this activity or to have a cigar, I would rather they had a cigar in an enclosed space where they're not going to influence other people than have a cigar on Lakeshore, than have a cigar standing outside on a sidewalk adjacent to a restaurant, which at this point right now is absolutely legal. So in partnership with the rest of hopefully what we'll do today in terms of a smoke-free bylaw, I can support this as a business, regulated, separated, with absolutely no possibility that kids will be influenced by this. I do not want the venting to be into one of our most cherished spaces. But with the regulation that is required, and to be completely honest, I don't know why anybody would want to have to spend the amount of money it's going to take to do this for this activity. But by all means, if you've got the money, fill your boots. It doesn't fall into my family-focused focus of Lakeshore, but where this is going to be in terms of separated, segregated, secluded, I can support this, but going back to a conversation or a question that was asked earlier by Councillor Awanicki about the possibility of could this become something, a slippery slope that we need to deal with. what happens when someone does come, a business adjacent, and says, well, they opened one, I want to open one now too. You know, there is a precedent setting piece to this that we need to be cognizant of. It may not be this council and maybe 3 councils from now, but things will build, and we will be faced with having to deal with other issues that will come, other things that people are going to want to build. And in as much as Councillor Johannesson has said that he doesn't want to be in the business of regulating what people do, it's a large part of what we have to do in developing of bylaws and upholding regulations. So I can support this in its essence, but I do hope that everyone else, as Councillor Mern said, I do hope that everyone else who's a part of the regulatory grouping of this does it the way they need to.
I just want to interject with a quick question before we go around for further debate. There's nothing in the bylaw that says this is restricted to the basement floor only. Is that something that should be added, or what would prevent this from, what would give us clarity that this approval is for that floor?
To the chair, so it would be somewhat difficult because typically the land use bylaw deals with a parcel, not a location within a building. So that's why we've listed it as a lot block plan as being restricted.
So if approved, though, it would be permitted. It could be the whole building. We don't really have any assurance on that.
The development permit would approve it in the location within the building. So that would be the location of the cigar lounge that would be approved. If it was to move into any other areas, that would not, it would be against the development permit approval.
Which would say the basement only.
Correct, yes.
Thank you. Additional conversation. Councillor Ostindi, was that a hand or just a movement? I'm going to call on everyone, I will say.
It was a movement only, but I can speak now as well. Council accepted the lounge idea. They made that decision. It's interesting to have had this public hearing after we made that decision, but nonetheless, Council accepted the idea, and I made my public health arguments then, and I'll just focus on this idea, this principle, that as a member of Council, I need to back Council when they make a decision. This Council made this decision, and I need to support it. And this Council made that decision, even though I didn't want to make that decision personally, and voted, quite the opposite to the Council direction. They made that decision based on the location, knowingly. We all knew the spot, the effects of it. It was an open debate. And I then feel, as you know, I'm a very principled person, even if I can be fallible, that I need to support this decision, actually. To say it's in this spot because we've already debated that very openly, despite everything I said. And I'm going to a funeral this weekend for this exact reason. The only one word I want to change in the bylaw is the word may to shall. The development authority shall require the submission of a mechanical engineer's letter and drawings verifying compliance with A, B, and C.
Any concerns
So
with that
that would
edit?
be an amendment.
Yes, we can change that from a to a shall.
Sure. Thank you.
With regrets. My final word.
Councillor Bilodeau or Iwanicki? Bilodeau. Thanks.
Okay. I'm so conflicted with this. Where I stand is I believe wholeheartedly in the smoke-free bylaw. So this contradicts everything that we've been doing with the smoke-free bylaw. I so appreciate the information that came to us tonight from Alberta Health Services. I kind of don't know where to land on this. It affects me. I'm an ex-smoker. I smoked when I was young. It's a big deal. I think the concern is I didn't think about the location aspect of it. So now we're talking about the waterfront district as being, you know, that part of that healthy lifestyle. And now I worry about perception. I worry about what people will look to council. And it seems confusing that we're pushing so hard to expand the no smoking zones, and yet we will place something that goes against the smoke-free bylaw within its borders. So I'll just say I'm conflicted, and I'm gonna have to vote one way or another tonight. Yeah, so I'll make that, well, my mind is made up, but I feel that, I've talked about this before, the weight of the responsibility for the other side of what residents are saying and feeling. So I will vote against this.
Thank you. Councillor Iwanicki.
I'll just start by saying hypocrisy abounds in this, right? As Councillor Stindy pointed out, the change to the smoke-free bylaw was in large part, or the changes, proposed changes to the smoke-free bylaw that haven't been finalized yet, were pushed quite heavily by myself and Mayor Hansen to expand smoke-free areas in the waterfront area. I really, really strongly believe that that's a good idea. We'll have that discussion later. That being said, I will second what Councillor Stindy said, and there's been a progressive push through respective councils in changing the way that we handle approvals of businesses. There's no longer a whole ton of direct control districts in the town where every business application comes to council, where we have to deal with this one because it's a unique situation, but I don't want to end up in a situation where we're having these same conversations about location and about, is this business appropriate, right? Like, I feel like it's again, to use the word, deeply hypocritical that we allow some businesses that are frankly awful for public health, and then now having the conversation that this one isn't. Now, that being said, as I mentioned in previous meetings, I don't smoke. I'm a teetotaler. I don't drink. I don't do drugs. I think the world would be significantly better off if all of those things were gone, but they're not, and we're not going to be the ones to change that. And the province, in their infinite wisdom, has allowed this business, and they've set the rules and regulations and requirements to do so. I'm not a health expert. I'm not going to go around citing any report on anything because that's not my wheelhouse. That's, frankly, I would barely be able to understand 90% of it. And so I have to defer to their judgment whether I agree with it personally or not, that so long as you meet these requirements, then the business is appropriate. And so I, despite the fact, and I respect you, I actually don't know how to pronounce your last name, Zona. Anyway, Zona, I respect you deeply. And I don't personally really want a cigar lounge on the waterfront, but I don't want to be telling a business, you know, where they should or shouldn't have the location. I don't think that that's really should be our role. It's no longer direct control. So with my hypocrite hat on, I'm going to be voting in favor of allowing the change, I suspect, unless I hear something dramatic to the otherwise, to change my opinion on it. But I do so reluctantly, I will say.
Thank you for that. I'll add in my 2 cents. It feels very similar to Councillor Bilodeau's. One, I'll say I feel entirely unqualified to make this decision, and being on council is such an interesting thing that you're asked to make decisions that we are not experts in. What I do know is I want to lean on the advice we receive from experts, and I'll acknowledge that I voted in favor at the last hearing of this, and with the council vote around the table, this is something that will pass unless something dramatic happens in the next 30 seconds or so. But hearing the list of health experts that came and spoke against it, and knowing my stance, I was really the one who brought forward the other changes to the smoke-free bylaw, that I feel very passionate about the blanket zoning. I don't want to walk with my children through a cloud of smoke on any sidewalk in Silver Lake at all, but we're starting in small spaces in the waterfront side of things. It would be hard for me to say okay to this. I do think, to Councillor Iwanicki's comments, I think there's some value in considering, and I would be more open to this, despite the fact that there's still the same health challenges, in this being a discretionary use in our industrial area. For me, AHS, who is the one who is really leading some of this, says that's what makes sense to them, and that makes sense to me in that area. But it does feel hard to be so passionately pro the next bylaw we are going to talk about, and then also approve something within that same zone. And in fact, I look, how could we step back time and change some of the other businesses that exist on our lakefront? The mass amount of vape businesses. I would love to not see that every third business in many areas. And where is our opportunity to do that? Well, when it comes to cigar lounges, this is where we get to have that conversation. So it makes it a really, really tough one for me, and I'll acknowledge that I am flip-flopping, and I will until the moment that we vote, but here we are. Councillor Payne.
I just want to address something that's been said a couple of times about how it's not our job to tell which businesses where they can open and what they can do. It is our job. We do it all the time in our bylaws and in our regulations. We tell bars that they can't open up within a certain distance of a daycare. You can't be within a school. You can't have a cannabis shop within a certain distance of a school or a daycare or something of the sort. We do this on a regular basis. You cannot have this business next to this business. You can't have a cannabis store next to a liquor store. We do this all the time, and we call it public safety. We say that all the time. It's public safety. So again, like you, Madam Mayor, I am flopping like crazy right now, because if this was, and I mentioned this in a conversation with Councillor Johannesson, if this was in the industrial area, I wouldn't have an issue, because it's not, let somebody take the drive, go to the other side of town, pull up in the driveway and do it. Fine. It's where this is, it's in the environment this is, it's who's around this, even though they're not dealing with the secondhand smoke directly. It's a business that is supporting an activity that is in a direct violation of what we're going to debate next. And that point that Holly made, that Councillor Bilodeau made, is one that is really, it's really echoing in my head right now over and over again. How can we support a business that violates directly what we're intending to do with this next bylaw? So I am on the other side of the fence for a moment here, and struggling with it.
I mean, I think, so I actually don't support the blanket smoking ban, so I guess I'm not on the train of being a hypocrite there, because I listened to what the public said like I said last time we spoke about this, I've never seen a town of Sylvan Lake Facebook post blow up like it did over the smoking bylaw, and it was 95% don't do it. Too much government, and I get behind that because that was a overwhelming response from the public. And I changed my mind because I kind of at first was for the full blanket banning, and then I changed my mind when I listened. I don't think it's hypocritical though to have the business there, because the bylaw is really specifically talking about outdoor smoking that affects other people, whereas the business itself does not affect other people. It only affects those that go in there. So it seems hypocritical on the surface, but it's actually not hypocritical, because what we're trying to do with the other smoking bylaw is to protect public that have a right to walk on a sidewalk, not protect people from a choice to go into a business. So I actually don't think it's hypocritical whatsoever. I think it actually makes perfect sense. As far as the health experts go, I take a little bit, I have my own journey with doctors. I think they have funded by pharmaceutical company medical schools that tells them to do something. I don't listen to doctors when it comes to how to take care of my own health, especially a doctor from Calgary, which is kind of weird to me. So I don't take what people say when the same people saying that we shouldn't allow people a choice to go into a business to consume something that they choose to consume, but they're the same people that will hand out prescription medications like they're candy. So I don't put a lot of weight into that. There is a lot of hypocrisy that goes on with that. I'm not flip-flopping at all. I'm pretty firm on this because I don't think it's hypocritical where people are going to have a choice to go in there, and it actually would be hypocritical to not allow this while allowing all the other things we have in this town that are unhealthy for people, and they choose to do it. So, yeah, Jazz, are you okay? I know you are. That's okay. Do you need a smoke break?
All right, do we have any further comments? Councillor Iwanicki on round two.
Yeah, just one quick one, just in response to Councillor Payne. Just because I agree with everything he just said. And I think I probably just need to clarify more what I was getting at. It's absolutely and unequivocally our job to be making these decisions. I more am looking at it from the lens of why do we have to do it on a case-by-case, individualized basis. I like the idea of we've set up the administrative state in, I'm doing air quotes here, the administrative body that's designed to make these discretionary use decisions. And so I look at it from what I would prefer, and this seems weird, would be to get rid of the site-specific application portion of it and just say it's a discretionary use. And whether that would be in the waterfront commercial district or the industrial district or what have you, set in place the land use requirements and then let MPC handle it all. That's what I would prefer to see. That's not what we have in front of us. And my preference isn't going to change anything, but my only point of contention is just the method and mechanism in which we're dealing with it at this point. It just feels very awkward to be having a conversation about one specific building in town. That's all.
Any additional comments? Seeing none, we have a motion on the floor. We do have a suggestion from Councillor Ostindi, but I'll suggest that because this is just for second reading, that could be made as a part of the motion if we go forward to third, if that's acceptable to you. Well, you're not saying no, so let's go with that. We have a motion on the floor. Councillor Mearns that Council grant second reading to bylaw 1944-2026 as presented in AIR 1343 to being a bylaw to amend the land use bylaw 1695-2015. All those in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. Would someone like to make a motion for third reading with an amendment? Anybody? Councilor Mearns.
Are you good with
I'm
it?
fine. I just don't want to sit here and wait for someone to make a motion, but.
Well,
if you-
I'll make the motion and to get it on the floor. Just give me a second to get back to the motion. And the amendment is the shall.
Yes, correct.
Okay. I move that council grant third reading to bylaw 1944-2026 with the amendment as suggested by Councillor Stindy, as presented in AIR 1343, being a bylaw to amend the land use bylaw 1695-2015.
That's great. Council, I'll ask if there's any comments that we haven't covered yet. Seeing none, all those in favor and opposed, and that is carried. Thank you. Council, we have reached another hour and we're about to go into another big item, so I would suggest we take another 10 minutes here. Thank you. approved the agenda, but I am wondering if we can move golf carts right next, just noting who's in the gallery. And we could have some great discussion on the smoke-free bylaw next too, so we'd love for you to hang out all night. I suspect you might eventually want to go to bed. So seeing no objections, we will do that. We'll move along to previous business item 7M, the golf cart pilot project bylaw. Mr. Levsack.
All right, thank you, Your Worship Council. As you can see, I've provided much background in detail in this report. I thought I would bring everything forward as only part of this current council was involved in those previous discussions. So everything is there from previous council discussions. Where we're at right now is we have just received, within the last week, we've received approval from the province on the golf cart bylaw that we submitted. So they're signing off on it right at this time, and we'll get it back to us very soon. And so then the next portion that we needed to talk about, because it was part of the original discussion, is, and I'm moving down to page 293 of the agenda, and just a few paragraphs under there. Under section 2, this is of the actual provincial golf cart pilot project regulation. Section 2 of the provincial regulation states, this regulation does not apply with respect to a golf cart that is a commercial vehicle unless the commercial vehicle is owned by a participating municipality and is operated by an employee of that participating municipality in the course of the employee's employment. Of course, that was one of the main things that we were looking for here, is to enable a commercial use of golf carts in town. And so when we had a verbal discussion with a member of government, provincial government, they had advised us that what we first need to do is get a golf cart bylaw passed and in place, and then after that has happened, then we apply for an exception to the province. So I guess where we're at the golf cart pilot project right now, as I scroll down to discussion points there, what administration is seeking further clarification and direction from council regarding is the request for an exemption to include commercial use of golf carts. So we've got kind of two questions there. Does council wish to make a formal exemption request to the province to include commercial use of golf carts in the town of Sylvan Lake? And does council wish to proceed with the pilot project golf cart program without an exemption to include commercial use? So kind of those two questions is what we're looking for direction from council on. Pardon me. And I do have those in the proposed resolution there, just to get some clear direction on those two questions on how to proceed now that we do have official approval on our golf cart bylaw.
Council will start with questions for Mr. Lebsack. I do have one around the timing of the provincial approval. So say we ask for this commercial exemption. We've been waiting quite some time for this first answer back from the province. Do we expect another long time frame, or have they expressed any information that they could turn this around this week?
Your Worship, I'm not sure I want to answer the last part of that question, but no, they have given us no indication at all as to where this would go. My own thought is that we would first direct this to the Transportation and Economic Corridors Department along with the minister at the same time. So one response we did get back from the administration at Transportation and Economic Corridors, which is overseeing this golf cart program, was a very clear direction that your bylaw must adhere to the written regulation as it is an act of Parliament. So that's the only direction we've received from them so far. The other direction that we verbally received was through, a member of government. So I think that's kind of the direction that we would need to go. And from a timing perspective, I would not be able to guess on when we would hear back from them.
It was worth a shot. I'll just express a thought, and then I'll go to Councillor Iwanicki, that if that is the direction that council gives, I do have a meeting with said minister next Wednesday afternoon. So I'd request an update on anything heard back by Wednesday at noon, just because I could follow up on that verbally if needed. Because another 6 months isn't incredibly helpful for this, and we have expressed that before. Councillor Iwanicki.
I just want to see if I remember correctly from a previous meeting. I believe you mentioned, Mr. Lebsack, that the province was surprised to have received an application from a municipality of our size. Is that correct, or am I misremembering?
Through the chair, yeah. Essentially that we are by far the largest municipality to apply, and they were surprised to get something from someone other than kind of a summer village, or the counties that have applied for specific rural subdivisions that are on a lake. Nobody from a municipality even close to our size.
And then my spillover on that is, are you aware of any municipality in the province receiving a commercial use exemption?
Through the chair, no, we've not heard of any. No.
Any additional questions, Council? Councillor Bilodeau.
Can you expand a little bit on the pilot project? Like, I guess my thoughts were, I wasn't a part of this coming in because I'm new council, and I was opposed to it. However, I see the value in commercial use, I really do. But what if it goes completely sideways? Is that like, is a pilot project something that, you know, you revisit in a year? I was just curious about the information behind that.
Yeah, so through the chair, 2 parts to that. So the pilot project is actually a pilot project of the province. So once we put our bylaw in place, and is approved, still, where did I just see it here? The regulation will expire on June 14th, 2029. So regardless of what we do here, or whether we want to continue on, unless the province continues this project on through an act of parliament, it expires on June 14th, June 14th, 2029, and there is no more exceptions for golf carts. So that's their pilot project. Now, as far as which is why our bylaw is worded in the same way, that's the requirement of the bylaw. And so as far as our pilot project goes, then yes, council could deem to rescind this bylaw at any point in time if we believe that it's not working for our community.
Council, any additional questions? Great. Would someone like to put a motion on the floor? And we can begin debate. Councillor Mearns, you are an all-star motion maker tonight.
I just have a question about the motion.
Sure.
Can we do that in two different motions?
Yes. Oh, yeah, we would split those 2 proposed ones up, please.
Okay, perfect then.
Absolutely.
I will make the first one then. That council direct administration to submit a formal request to the province for an exemption to allow commercial use on golf carts with the Town of Sylvan Lake pilot project golf carts bylaw 1931-2025.
Thank you. My hesitancy was, how do you split that one line? I was thinking, but now I understand. Go ahead.
Yeah, from the very beginning, in my opinion, the province did this backwards. This should have been a pilot for commercial to allow commercial businesses to be able to do as they please with golf carts, and we've heard some examples this evening. So I fully support getting this in front of the minister and whoever else that we need to get this in, being that it's, spring is hopefully around the corner, and hopefully we can get that exemption in.
Councillor Payne.
I think Councillor Mearns is absolutely right. This is backwards, because I think the prospect of the public being on golf carts on town streets is absolutely ridiculous. I still think it's ridiculous. The safety concerns are so ridiculously obvious. Municipal enforcement and the RCMP are adamantly against it. They don't think it's a smart idea. The insurance industry is adamantly against it. The insurance industry won't insure golf carts. So it's one of those situations where the potential exists for absolutely horrible things to go wrong here, because a truck, my Silverado bumping into a golf cart, whether the golf cart's got bumpers and seatbelts or not, is going to destroy that golf cart and whoever's on that golf cart. So I still think it's ridiculous, and there's no way I'm voting for this. But yeah, it should have gone the other way. It should have been, you know, do this commercially, and then the commercial industry in doing this could do it right with the right equipment. I just think that the golf carts that are going to end up on the streets, that are going to have to be enforced and are going to have to be dealt with, it's going to cause problems. It's not, it might, it absolutely is going to.
Mr. Lebsack, can I ask a clarifying question? If we pass this motion, do we have the ability to not pass the next portion? Because the province has said to us they will not approve it unless we do it for all. Can we, I know we need to vote on those separately, but can we really proceed with one without the other?
Well, I will look towards CAO Phillips for this, but I believe yes. So if council was to decide tonight, and I'm just going to talk out of motion context, to pursue a commercial application, and the province denies that commercial application for this, then we could have a motion from council that rescinds the existing bylaw.
But it would need to be put in place in the short term, or we could just hold off on implementation even though the bylaw has already been passed?
Currently, the bylaw has been passed, will be in place as soon as the minister signs it, which is already up in Edmonton for signature. And it goes into effect, sorry, I do have the bylaw in front of me. April, yeah, 15th or 1st or something like that. So it would be in effect at that point in time.
Ms. Phillips.
But to clarify, there are steps we as a municipality need to take before they can be permitted on a roadway, such as the signage. So my thought is, I agree, it's an active bylaw. Council's already passed it, has debated that. It's got 3 readings. It will be in place, but until the infrastructure is in place, I'm thinking there might be a little bit of a loophole there where we could say, until the infrastructure, we can't, but we might have to look into that one a little further, because it is a valid point. It is passed. It is an active bylaw passed by our municipality, waiting for a signature, which it is currently receiving. So,
yes, sorry, through the chair. Yes, we've received written confirmation that the bylaw has been approved, and that we were to submit 2 copies to the minister's office for signature, and that the minister is signing it. So at that point in time, it is in place. You're right, there's a little bit of a loophole there that our signage has to be in place as part of the bylaw. So I guess there's a little bit of a loophole there. But at the same time, the other option would be is if we can get a response before it is active in April, then we would be able to rescind the bylaw as well.
Thank you. Councillor Mearns.
The second motion that's written here is giving administration direction with the implementation. Mm-hmm. So can we not just table that?
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm hearing. Let's go back to just ensuring we have discussion needed on that first part of the motion then. Councillor Amaniki.
So the first part of the motion being, do we want commercial use?
Exactly.
Okay. I'll just second what Councillor Payne said. I was in the gallery when these were being debated, and I couldn't possibly have agreed with him more. I thought residential use for these golf carts was silly, and I still think that. But what Councillor Mearns was stating, commercial use makes all the sense in the world to me, because a business is going to have insurance, a business is going to have, let's be honest, a sober adult driver behind the wheel, and I think we should be pushing forward for that aspect of things, and I think it's a shame that in order to do so, we have to allow the residential side of things.
Ms. Phillips.
That's one of my thoughts is, we're asking for them to allow us to also include commercial and not remove residential, right? Yeah. So with this pilot project, if we get the commercial allowance, again, it might be a follow-up conversation to say, can we then prohibit residents? But the way it's written and the way the pilot is set up is for residential use.
Yeah,
I think if we get the commercial, it'll then be commercial and residential will be permitted to use golf carts.
So just.
And just that quick reminder as well, that as a debated item that has been approved, this is the motion of council currently, but you do have the authority to repeal bylaws. So I'm just, like, the debate on that is, I get the passion for it, but it's already been passed, so, but it can be changed.
So just to be clear though, if we move forward with the first motion for the commercial side of it, if they did approve it though, automatically the residential would then go in play. We'd have to install the signs and that train would keep trucking. So I just want to be very clear about that. I'll speak to the motion. I think commercially this makes all the sense in the world. I don't have the same safety concerns in the sense that bikes, e-scooters, all kinds of other things can go on our roads that would also be no match for any of our vehicles, and that terrifies me. And especially in this commercial sense, I think it's a neat added feature to get people around. Makes total sense for me, and I very much support the first motion. Councillor Ostindi.
I'll just point out, on my bike, while I'm driving down the road, I often pass golf carts on a certain road in our town already. So, and that's been going on for years. So let's not pretend we've all been worried about residents. But it is a concern, and I supported the original motion in the interest of diversity of transportation with serious concerns about safety, which is why I supported the Amendment 2 that took them off of 47th Street, and I would, and still support that notion. It wouldn't make sense to me that an employee of a hotel would be allowed to ride a golf cart and I wouldn't be able to. So I have equal passion for a resident being able to and a commercial driver being able to. And not just because I have a commercial license, but I think I'm a responsible driver, and it's been pointed out in the previous debate about something completely different, smoking, that we have these oversights of government. We have oversights from government on driving, and and safety requirements, and all those things have been built into this pilot project in our bylaw as well, just as the smoking bylaw had all the oversights built into it. So I am totally in favor of expanding to the commercial use and having the dual use and allowing residents to have the same right as whatever age is hired with, whatever experience is hired with a valid driver's license to drive, presumably tourists around town. So I support both motions. Since we're clouding it anyways, I'm going to speak to both, and I'm ready to vote in favor of both.
Any additional comments on that first motion? Great, we have a motion on the floor by Councillor Mearns. All those in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. Thank you. Do we have a desire to put the second motion on the floor? Because I'm hearing we may not need to until we get some further information, knowing that if the answer comes back, things will proceed. Ms. Phillips, is that a reasonable direction that we just don't make any other motions on this topic?
Yes, you could just stop there, and then we've got the general direction that we're not proceeding with any signs. We don't have that approved in the budget yet anyways. The other side is if it's that strong desire to go forward regardless of commercial, then you would make the motion and we would be proceeding. But if there's that uncertainty, I would just not make any further motions.
That's great. I'm not seeing anyone put their hands up that they'd like to do that. I'll give it one last second. Seeing none, we can carry on, but I will ask if at all possible, I know we won't have a lot of answer, but if there's any communication that's been had between now and Wednesday at noon, please do let me know so that I can bring that forward into my conversation. Thank you. All right, let's move along to the smoke-free bylaw. First reading, Council. Thank you for joining us.
All right, Your Worship and Council, so I've highlighted a few points here in my discussion notes. At the February 24th regular council meeting, we did bring the smoke-free bylaw. It did receive third reading, but at that point in time, we also added an additional motion there that administration bring back the smoke-free bylaw to the next regular meeting of council to include smoking restriction on town sidewalks with recommendations around timelines. So what we've, and I've identified them here in the report, is we've added 2 clauses to the smoke-free bylaw that was just previously approved. So section 5D says no person shall smoke on a sidewalk along Lakeshore Drive from 34th Street to 53rd Street and Centennial Street from Lakeshore Drive through to 50th Avenue between the hours of 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. We also added 8D1 during the hours of 8 p.m. and 8 a.m. Section 3.A1 remains in effect, which prohibits smoking within 5 meters of an entrance or exit to a public building. So we just added that second clause in there just to be very clear that the existing, which matches the provincial regulation, is still in effect even outside the hours of the no smoking. So those are the 2 additions that we added to the smoke-free bylaw. And again, our recommendation is that council approve first reading.
Great. Would someone like to put this motion on the floor? Did you, oh, sorry, we should start with questions. Do we have questions, council? Did you, yes, please, Mr. Levesque.
Sorry, I just have one addition, forgot. Council did request that we do up a map of the existing smoke-free so that we could see the areas that were under the provincial bylaw, the 5 meters from each doorway. We had started working on that. We did a little bit of IT work on that. It didn't come out quite the way we wanted it. Our IT GIS person was off this afternoon and couldn't do some last minute tweaks to it. So you got my IT skills, which was a highlighter and a felt pen on a map that was posted in the back. So that is one particular block, and it kind of gives an indication of what 15 or 5 meters around each doorway might look like under the current provincial and town bylaw.
Mr. Lipsack, we have a number of questions, but I'll start since I'm already speaking. Is there, and what I was surprised at looking at that map is that there's no boundary around patios. Is that not, is there no restriction? Currently, you can just stand right on the other side of a glass wall and all is good of those eating dinner?
So correct, because of the bylaw, and again, I'll just refer to as the Provincial Act, only refers to entrances and exits. It does not refer to any other portion of the building.
Wow, okay, Mearns, Iwanicki, and Payne. Sure, Iwanicki. Great.
I'm just looking at section 3 of the Smoke-Free Places Tobacco Reduction Act, or Tobacco Reduction Amendment Act 2007, Statutes of Alberta 2007. It says that no person shall smoke within a prescribed distance from a doorway, window, or air intake of a public place or workplace. Is there a different amendment that maybe I'm just looking at it right now. I haven't been digging into this. So would the patios not qualify then as a window or air intake? Is that administration's position?
So through the chair, no. Our understanding of that is that it is not a window or obviously an air intake, as that is an actual outside amenity. It's an outside structure. So our understanding when our bylaw department looked at this is that no, it does not kind of meet those classifications.
Mearns, Payne, and Mearns, sorry.
Okay, so with that being said, and looking at your absolutely brilliant art that you've done, I'm just gonna, the front of many of those businesses are garage doors or open windows. So I'm just thinking about Sonoma Beach, for instance, the entirety of their stretch is an open window. So would that thereby, under the legislation, ban smoking from that entire stretch of that?
Through the chair, absolutely that would. That's my mistake. I never even thought of that when I was doing up that block of,
And
so yes, it would.
I know you did just the one block, but just thinking about the next block over, that whole next block over as well, literally from the corner all the way down to the fencing that is adjacent to the old hotel site, that's all windows as well. or garage doors. So it would essentially, according to the provincial legislation, ban smoking from the corner of the old Fireside building all the way to the corner of the turn where you go to Bamboo Hut, so Big Moo, on those 2 blocks. Am I correct in that assumption? Pretty darn close.
Through the chair, yeah, pretty close. I'd have to look and see. So our understanding of when bylaw looked at what other provincial acts identify as patios is not part of the building structure. So if there's a patio in front of those garage doors, like there is on, is it Bucks or Buck Wilds there? Mm-hmm. Our interpretation of that would be that that patio negates that window or entrance because it's a patio first and the building is offset back in behind. So that was our bylaws interpretation of how other provincial acts are written, is that patio is the first structure and then what's behind it is not part of that regulation. If that clarifies how our interpretation of other acts within provincial acts.
I think you're splitting the hair there, but I think you're splitting the hair there, but I think just from strictly the interpretation of that legislation, I think you could make an argument quite easily. Maybe not that corner that
and
where,
I'll just
where that door
jump,
is.
Councillor Payne.
I know. I'm just thinking this through.
To questions, and we'll have plenty of time to discuss here.
Okay, so my question was, do you have more highlighter?
That's great. Councillor Mearns, and then Ostindi had a clarifying question. Great.
My question is, maybe I need to hear that wording again, but I'm assuming window means window that can open. Trying to remember what the wording was, because we have windows that can't open and they're just as good as walls. And yet we have, obviously the province never imagined having to walk by an open patio, because that's, you know, just as good as a door, I'll say, an opening. So within a prescribed distance from a doorway, window, or air intake of a public place or workplace. Yeah, window. And then thinking about, you know, how to felt in, you know, or to highlight a diagram, 5 meters does mean like in a semicircle kind of design. So it's 5 meters in all directions. It's not left to right, but we usually picture the sidewalk. But it also would mean 5 meters in front of that door. So I can imagine you could make an argument if a patio was less than 5 meters wide, the door behind it would reach forward far enough to say, no, you can't smoke here. But yeah, it just shows it's a bit of a quagmire, and
It's complex.
We're living it.
Ms. Phillips.
There is further clarification in the Act that the window refers to a window that can open and admit air. So there is further clarification later on.
We'll ask one more time, is there any questions of Mr. Lebsack? And then I think we're looking forward to getting this on the floor. Would someone like to make the motion? Councillor Ostindi raised a hand first. Quickest to draw.
Make sure I can find it before I put my hand up.
Well, you find that,
Oh, there we are.
Oh,
Yep. I move that council approve first reading of the smoke-free bylaw 1947-2026 as presented in report AR 1342.
Excellent. And we'll just follow that similar process as a procedural bylaw. We'll allow everyone to go around and speak once. So try and group all of your comments within your allotted time there. Who would like to kick us off? Councillor Payne.
This doesn't feel like first reading. Like I feel like we did this.
I will note, because we did this, we did talk the last time that there was the possibility we could do multiple readings in one night, and that may be something council sees as appropriate, because we got to the end and then we split it, but let us get there next.
With that being said, I like what we had done in this the earlier conversation with the cigar lounge, because what that did, and Councillor Johannesson made a very good point when he had commented to me that this pushes it indoors. It gets smoking off the outside, And for me, that framed it perfectly. And I thought, that's exactly what we want. We do not want people having to walk with their children through a cloud of smoke. I am very much in favor of getting rid of smoking on the lakeshore. It bothers me to no extent. I will say that in interpretation of the legislation and thinking about our current bylaw, if we were to simply enforce our current bylaw more, enforce our current bylaw according to the bylaw, according to the letter of the law, we're really just about doing this anyhow. So I don't have a problem with this because it's not that different than what we're doing. And I do like the amendment that that was brought up, the timing. I think the timing is fantastic. So yeah, I'm good. Let's get to it.
Who would like to jump in next? Councillor Awaniki.
Yeah, and I think it just provides our bylaw officers with the much needed clarity that they don't have to walk around with a 5-meter yardstick to say that's how close you are to an entrance or window or what have you. Because I know we're saying the same thing for probably the 5th time now, it feels like, but it's our existing bylaw more or less already does exactly what we're saying here. This just adds that much needed clarity. So bylaw, if they catch anybody 4.5 meters from a doorway, they don't have to go to a judge and say, did you measure it? I could just see the judge now saying, well, did you go out and keep them standing there the entire time and, mark it and then get your yardstick out and check? The answer is going to be no. And then the ticket gets thrown out. And, as silly as that is, it's the situation we're in right now, whereas a bylaw just says you can't smoke anywhere on the street. The only question that has to be asked is, did you see that person smoking on the street? Yes, ticket. There you go. The debate on whether or not that's fair to the people that smoke in our community or visiting, that's a separate debate entirely, and I'm open to hear other people's thoughts on that. But that's my thinking, is just clarity of bylaw so it can be enforced.
Thank you. Councillor Bilodeau.
Well, I think keeping in mind the goal, what started the whole revisiting smoke-free bylaw was the idea to clean up Lakeshore. And the blanket no smoking zone was to make it simpler, so we aren't measuring and so on. We got some feedback, maybe that was a little too rigid. I think we've reacted with a time change that is feasible, allowing families to enjoy between 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. And what's interesting is I did a little bit of digging because I'm like, gosh, we can't be the only ones going through this. Well, Banff in 2022 did the same thing. They brought in a bylaw. It was public sidewalks, and the immediate response for them was enforcement. And that's exactly the pushback we're getting. It's tied into past years where we just haven't had enough enforcement on the lake. And now the residents see us taking on tents, we're cleaning up. There's a lot happening, and I think it's just going to take time to change the culture. And that's just what it is. You go to Banff now, and there is no expectation for most people that you can walk down a public sidewalk and have a smoke. And you can do it now in Sylvan, but that'll change, and it'll take time. And sure, enforcement might be busy. They're going to be busy with a lot of the items, but I do feel that council is creating this time zone that's not, it doesn't feel so rigid, I guess. It's allowing for the daytime family crowd to have that wonderful clean area. And I love that, we've been told that bylaw is going to be approaching the business and speaking to them about the changes, which is great, so they can prepare for it. I'm really excited. I'm all for this. Yeah.
Councillor Burns.
Yeah, originally I was for just leaving it as is, not making any changes. We've heard tonight most of it would have been covered anyways, and just more enforcement. Earlier in our discussion around the cigar lounge, Councillor Johansson brought it up, Councillor Payne just did as well, about the, we're telling people you can't smoke here, this is where you need to go smoke. So in the spirit of that, I would vote in favor of this motion for the hours, and we've given direction of where we want, if you want to have a cigar, where to go, and this way we're giving people direction on you can't smoke here anymore. So something I'm in favor of.
Councillor Johansson.
Yeah, this is a little difficult because everyone around the table is making some good points, and I think it is important to listen. And I'm struggling with this one because like I said, when we first put it out, people kind of freaked out about it. But then, I think about our society today, and everyone freaks out about change regardless, and that could be a part of it as well. I think the biggest concern that I have, I don't want, but I know a guy that was a bylaw officer, and I know how hard their job is. And I don't think people obviously Mr. Lebsack definitely understands, but the general public don't understand, like, that cannot be an easy job, to walk up to people and it's just negative. Everything is negative about being a bylaw. You just have to, ruin people's days even though it's their own behavior. And I think we need to give more respect and patience to our bylaw officers, because a lot of these people are trying to better themselves and move on in law enforcement, and this is their first step, and I admire people that are willing to do that, but it's not easy. I am worried about making it hard on them, but then Councillor Iwanicki makes a good point too, like, it almost is harder with the 5 meter distance, because then you got people arguing 5 meter distance, and so, that's a point that I can't argue. I'm all for making it easier, but then, like, there's just so many, like, just pretentious people out there that think they can do whatever they want. And do they make it harder on our bylaw officers? But then as I'm saying that, I'm like, well, what do we do then? Just make smoking completely allowed everywhere? And then, so, yeah, I think I'm kind of coming around to actually just supporting this, and because I think this, as long as we can enforce it, I don't want people to think that our bylaws are weak and that we're unable to enforce, and I don't want to put, these people, the bylaw officers, in a weird spot, and I just feel like kind of almost no matter what we do, they're in a weird spot when it comes to giving tickets to people. So I think I need to think about this in my head a little bit as the discussion happens, but yeah, there's some really good points across the table.
Councillor Ostindi, did we already hit you?
Don't hit me.
Sorry, I will not.
Yeah, I was just reflecting on 1987, I started teaching, and that was the first year they didn't allow smoking in the school. And then I went to the Yukon, and in about 1990 or 91, that was the first year the Yukon didn't allow smoking inside the school building that I worked in. So it's funny to think here we are talking about no smoking outside even. So I totally support this. I think it will do well. I think it brings about what our biggest concerns were, is in the busier times we're not walking through each other's smoke clouds, and it also cleans it up. It also changes from just the entrances to where people obviously will be able to smell or have secondhand smoke, and that's sitting at their patio table. So it cleans up that feature as well. So I think it's an interesting time and a good time. So I support this.
Thank you. I'll end with I support this as well. I was the one who initially brought this up. My goal for Lakefront is that it's a comfortable place for anyone to enjoy their time in. And right now, that's not the feeling I have when I'm holding hands with my 4-year-old walking down one side of the street, because we're walking through a cloud of smokers. And I'll be honest, it's not entirely the smoke that's the challenge for me. It's the other things that come with it. It's the group of people congregating right there that you have to say, excuse me, as you walk through with your kid. It's the litter that's left behind. I will never forget the time that we did the lakefront cleanup when one of my little guys was 2 and he ate a cigarette butt during it. And I still, as I think about it, micro litter is the biggest thing that we deal with down there when we do our lakefront cleanup. So we're hearing from residents, clean it up down there. And I want to do that all at once. I think it is far less impactful if we do a little bit every year in terms of these things than we say, hey, we heard you in our community satisfaction survey, and we're going to do all of these things, and you are going to see a change this year. I think that our conversation around the questions was actually a perfect example why this is so needed, is because even we are unclear about this window and how far in here, so how is anyone else going to understand that? And I'll say I do support the hours, that wouldn't turn me away from it, but I do also wonder what changes after that time. I heard the concern the last time about sign clarity is going to be very difficult to say you can smoke here between these, or you can't smoke here between these hours, but then there might be 2 patches of like 1 square meter sidewalk that after 8:01, you can now stand in this patch. Like, how do we put that on a sign? Is a bit of a challenge. And because the micro litter is something that is really forefront for me, it's still there in the morning if they leave their litter at 9 p.m. So while I would happy to support this, and I really like the idea behind the hours, I'm not sure what we're achieving by not just making it a blanket zone in terms of signage, clarity, and all of the other things. But I will say, I am happy to pass first reading as is, and if we wanted to talk about that further, if anyone else cares to talk about that, we could do that at the next reading, and that feels okay for me. So with that, we have heard from everyone, I believe. We do have a motion on the floor for first reading. We'll do that right after this motion, but yes, thank you. We have exceeded our time, and I think we all knew that was coming tonight. So we have a motion on the floor. All those in favor of first reading? And opposed? That is carried unanimously. Would someone like to make a motion to pass 7 p.m.? Councillor Amaniki.
I would move that we extend our meeting today past 7 p.m.
Excellent. All those in favor? And opposed? That is carried unanimously. Council, does anyone have an appetite to go into second reading, understanding that this is great? Councillor Payne, understanding that this is not the first time we are dealing with this. Go ahead, Councillor Payne.
I move that council approve second reading of smoke-free bylaw 1490 or 1947-2026 as presented in report AIR 1342.
We'll open it up for another round of discussion if we have anything new to add. Councillor Mearns.
Question for Councillor Bilodeau. Did Banff, it was blanket, no smoking, that's it, period?
100%. Public sidewalks.
Okay.
Amongst everything.
No time zones or anything like that? I would entertain doing this like Banff. Just for the fact that the difficulty in bylaw and then having to, okay, now it's 8:01. Something I would like to have a conversation about anyways.
Councillor Payne.
I don't necessarily agree with that, because I think one of the things that we're trying to do is we're trying to protect the family environment, the family atmosphere, and I don't think we're going to have as much of that issue in the late evenings. And I think the late evenings is where the businesses that are concerned about the overreach of the possible overreach, that's where their concern is in those later times when we don't have to worry about families walking down the street. So it might not be 8:01, but at 10:01, we also don't have bylaw on duty. So I think the 8 till 8 I think that's going to go a long way to change the culture, and I think that's what Holly was referring to several times, is that change of culture. I don't know if people are going to be sitting with their watches looking to make sure that, you know, it's 8:01, I can light my cigarette. I think that culture piece of getting people to stop smoking on public sidewalks is what I'm shooting for. And if a year from now we realize, hey, we've got 100 people sitting outside of Bucks with their stopwatches in their hands waiting for 8:01 to hit, and we come back to the bylaw and we do something different. But I think the 8 till 8 is a compromise that is a very fair one, and I think one that's not going to be a challenge for enforcement.
Councillor Winicky.
I would kind of second what Councillor Payne was getting at. I think this is a good compromise to balance the interests of the public who raised their concerns about what we were doing. I do think, I don't have the energy to read the entirety of the Facebook post, but I did kind of skim through a little bit of it. And there seemed to be a pretty strong misunderstanding that the non-smoking bylaw already existed, basically. And it was what I would envision is a relatively minor tweak to it. As far as messaging is concerned, I don't even know to what extent we have to message the time zones, because at the end of the day, we can't change the provincial requirements in any case. Like even if we didn't have a non-smoking bylaw, they'd still be able to enforce the provincial regulations about the 5 meters. So signage-wise, we could just say no smoking, I think. I might be wrong. And we don't have a bylaw to enforce it at 8:10 at night anyway, so what does it really matter?
Sure. Councillor Johannesson.
Yeah, I think I don't want to blanket ban it for the entire time, and because of what I have heard from the public, and I know that, like I said, there's a lot of oftentimes misunderstandings and overreactions quickly, especially on social media. But I think I'm starting to kind of get behind an 8 to 8 thing. I think that helps young families. You know, the more I think about just myself walking down there with my daughter, I mean, I try to shield her from car exhaust. So, I mean, I can appreciate that. And, but I think actually putting 8 to 8 on the signs is probably a good thing, because it shows that compromise, and it doesn't show that we are overreaching, which is a fear of mine, and just kind of goes against everything I believe in. So I think that having it 8 to 8, having those signs, having clear communications from our communications department, from the people that do those things is important, so people can fully understand. And obviously, like, we're going to get pushback because a lot of people just don't read anything besides headlines anyways. And people love to just make headlines to stir people up. But I think we have to do our part in showing that we're trying to do this for the betterment of Lakers and their families, but also understanding that people do want to go to the bar, and they do want to drink, and they do want to have a smoke on the sidewalk within the 5 meters or whatever. So I think putting the time on the signs is imperative. I think that's something we should do. I think we should be very clear in our communications with why we're doing it, and do the best we can to show everyone that we're listening and we're looking out for everybody, both families and then people who do want to enjoy a cigarette or a cigar or a vape on the sidewalk too.
Thank you. Councillor Bilodeau, or sure, Bilodeau. I looked there first.
For me, I just simply see this as like the pregame warm-up. It's like we're introducing something new. We're going to try it for a bit with the intention that next year it's game on. You know, we know where we need to be. There's some resistance to get there. So let's just, you know, we're just allowing for the whole nighttime crowd after 8 is the one that's putting up the fuss. It's hard, and they'll have to learn a new way to do things, but I think we're just giving them just a little bit until we wrap our heads around really where we need to be. So
Thank you. Councillor Stindy.
I was just thinking of the communications that Parks does with the poop fairy and the dog poop, with a little bit of humor. From 8 to 8, I don't want to see your butt. But more seriously, yeah, I don't mind. Yeah.
Make a joke.
Very good. The idea actually too, I just want to throw it there is, you know, to help and assist that 5-meter rule and that, I think it's worthwhile also to clean up the culture, and doing this time stuff and all that is about changing the culture. One of them is also get rid of those coffee can ashtrays that sit on the sidewalk. And I think we as a community should invest in a few industrial cigarette ashtrays. And on that little ashtray, it could say, you know, time zone too, as a reminder, but it also would be in a spot that is a legitimate place to smoke in the evening. So you naturally would head over to the ashtray to have your smoke. And I'm just thinking that I better get downtown with my cigar to have my last sidewalk smoke. No, I've never done that and I won't.
Thank you all for your feedback. Things are getting loose here. All right, it will get substantially looser if this meeting goes too long, so I am conscious of that. We have a motion on the floor. We've all had a round to discuss on that, to keep it as is. Unless there's any other hands a-flying, I will call the question on that. All those in favor? And opposed? That is carried unanimously. Council, to go to third reading, I do believe we need unanimous consent to do so. Do we need that by way of a motion?
Yes, we would.
I'll put forward a motion that we consider moving to third reading, and then we'll need a separate motion to go to third reading.
Correct.
Great. Mine is to consider. I don't believe we need discussion on that. All those in favor? Great. That is carried unanimously. Councillor Payne, were you looking to make a motion for third reading?
I made the motion on second.
Great. Let's share the fun. Councillor Bilodeau.
That I make the motion that council approve third reading of the smoke-free bylaw 1947/2026 as presented in report ARR 1342.
Excellent. Council, is there any comments that we haven't captured? Just want to make sure we have the chance to do 3 distinct readings, but I appreciate that we've covered it all. So all those in favor? And opposed? That is carried unanimously. Thank you. And appreciate we're able to get that decision out early enough prior to our summer season. Next, we'll move to the Citizen of the Year Award policy. Yes, thank you for your patience with us.
Good evening, Your Worship and members of council. Tonight I'm here wearing my community development hat, and I'm here to provide council with proposed revisions to the current policy, and I request that these revisions be adopted. The Citizen of the Year Awards policy was revised in October 2024. Since then, we have reconsidered the voting process and would like to revise the policy to reflect that change. Additionally, the current policy is very detailed, and it is believed that procedures do not need to be included in the policy. They can be documented in a standalone document for administration's use. I have to move this chair, I'm sorry.
You know, it's funny, Ron's the only person who's ever said there's a problem with it, and I was starting to think.
I felt like I was sitting on the floor.
You really reinforced that it's not just a Mr. Lebsack problem.
So we're all getting a little loopy here. So there are no resource impacts with these proposed changes, and the changes align with the engaged citizens guiding principle. Citizens have frequent and meaningful opportunities to engage with council. This policy also fosters a sense of community and belonging amongst residents. WCC will continue to work with communications to share our new strategy. So I'm here to propose 3 options. 1, that council may approve the Citizen of the Year policy as presented in AIR 1399. Council may approve the Citizen of the Year policy as presented in AIR 1939 with changes per your direction, and Council may not approve the Citizen of the Year policy as presented.
Excellent. We'll start with any questions. Someone like to put a motion on the floor? Councillor Ostindi. Oh, sure. Go ahead with your question.
Just a quick question. I want to be sure I understand the intent of the word person that's being used in the language. Is meaning that someone from outside of our town could be awarded one of these for the work they're, I'm assuming, doing in our town. Is that correct? Is that
Through the chair to Councillor Ostindi, that is indeed the intent. We have a lot of residents of summer villages who make great contributions to our community. For example, we recently lost an archives board member whose contributions were integral to the work of the archives, and she had so many stories. So she, in the past, would not have been eligible for an award for that work, and now she would be.
Would someone like to make a motion? Oh, sure. Go ahead, Councillor Bilodeau.
I noted under nominations that we have, that it's open for on the 1st of July, and we accept, oh, maybe July of 1 year? Ah, okay, that makes more sense. So that's a much, I'm like, how, we close on March, but we open in July. That didn't make sense. Okay, very good. Well, that answers that.
Councillor Iwanicki?
Just from Councillor Ostindi's question, but my understanding from my reading of the proposed changes to the bylaw is residency is still a requirement for this citizenship award. But everything else it isn't.
Through the chair to Councillor Ostindi, or Iwanicki, you are indeed correct.
Thank you. Great. Now I'll look for a motion. Thanks, Councillor Iwanicki.
Yeah, I move that Council adopt the Citizen of the Year policy C001002B as presented in AIR 1399, and that Council repeal policy C001-002A.
Thank you. Council, as part of debate, I'd like to request a couple amendments to the policy. One is I would like it clearly stated that no particular award is required to be given out that year if there's no nominee that is of the caliber that deserves it. I want to be very clear that this isn't if there's one application, you get it situation. I think to be the Citizen of the Year in Sylvan Lake, that really does take a high caliber of citizen to be there. So would like to see that clarified. I'm interested in having a conversation if there's any appetite for nominations to carry over 1 year from the date they're submitted, only because there's some years that could potentially have 2 exceptionally qualified candidates and the next year have none. It's a model that I think of the Sports Hall of Fame, other places, sometimes they do multi-years, and I wouldn't mind considering a 1 year carryover and then applications expire after that point. And my last request is I would love to see something state that the mayor's award is chosen by the mayor. Is it?
Well, I'm not sure if it's in the policy, but it's on Sunny 94 right now.
Yes, I do think that that is a really important distinction. If my name and my title is on it and I'm the one giving that award, I do believe having input in who receives that one makes sense. And would like for council to consider. Councillor Payne, and then Iwanicki, and then Ostindi.
I think everything you said there is fine. The one thing that I would guard against, or not guard against, but be cognizant of is the carryover of awards. Because the award nomination period is so long, I think you potentially could have a nominee who is 15 months out from their nomination. So if you're considering somebody from a previous year carryover, you're going to want to go back and make sure that that individual is still in good standing. It's not one of those things where no news is good news. You're going to want to make sure. So I think some sort of review process, if you're looking at prior year's applicants or prior year's nominees needs to be established. Otherwise, you could find yourself in a situation where you're giving an award out to a deserving individual, knowing that the other individual we could give it to next year, but you don't really know what's gone on in that 15 months. So.
Absolutely. I'll just interject. I think there might be some news calling me on something I've missed in the bylaw. Ms. Phillips.
Under responsibilities section, updated section H, it has been changed that Community Services Standing Committee will be the selection committee, with the exception of the Mayor's Distinguished Achievement Award, which will be determined solely by the Mayor, and they've crossed out council.
Can you show me what page I missed that on?
Page 2 of 9 of the policy, or page 50 of the agenda. It isn't highlighted. I think that's one of the issues, is that part just wasn't highlighted, but it is changed.
I appreciate pointing that out. Well, I no longer need that amendment.
I was sure I read it somewhere, so.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Councillor Iwanicki and then Ostindi.
I'm in favor of all the changes and all the proposed changes to this bylaw. The only thing I would just request, just for clarity's sake, because this is a major clarity change, we would know what WCC is, but it's not defined. If just under director means a director of wellness and community connections, if we could just, in parentheses, define as WCC, because that acronym is used throughout the rest of the policy. That's it.
Thank you. Councillor Ostindi.
I remember the original time this policy was brought in, and I thought it was a good policy. I like the improvements in it, and I like the 2 improvements that the mayor has pointed out. And especially I want to point out the idea that it does not need to be awarded, which leads me to the environmental award. Being a tree hugger, I don't want someone to get an award because they walk or bike to work or has a birdhouse. And so those questions are, I want to be sure, are illustrative in that we are looking for someone who advocates for programs or maybe has some of these attributes, but to answer any one of those questions, it would not be enough in my mind to give them an environmental award. Then we would be able to hand out 125 solar panel awards basically right now in our town by answering that one question. So to me, that's just not high enough a level. And because I would expect someone to be an advocate for programs or develop programs of environmentalism, or that maybe affects all of these questions, and that dozens of people are now able to say yes because of what the work they did. And so that's a concern I have. I just want to make sure that wouldn't, just answering yes to one or even many of those questions isn't enough to get an environmental award, actually.
Through the chair to Councillor Ostindi, I don't disagree with you. However, I will tell you, in the 4 years that this award has been, this program has been run, we have never had more than 1 nominee for the Environmental Stewardship Award.
Yeah.
Yes, please do.
Hello. Sure. Can I invite myself up? Yes. I think if council wishes, we can easily remove all of those questions in that one category. We can keep the bullet that says recipients have demonstrated their commitment to maintaining, protecting, and improving the long-term health of the environment for current and future generations, if council would like to see that.
Councillor Ostindi, does
Yeah,
that?
and I know that this is a tough award to give out, and as a comment of criticism, of our collective society and community, we aren't that environmentally conscious. And that's a criticism I know I'm making public here, but which means we shouldn't be giving that award out as often. I am, and that's speaking back to that point. We do not need to give out these awards every year if we do not have an example of exemplary work. And so that's, yeah.
I do have one
I like the suggestions.
Additional question that maybe could be answered with a reread of another lens, but I know in previous years when we've had a shortage of applications in one area and an abundance of others, the committee has had some flexibility to consider movement from one. You know, someone was categorized incorrectly. Is that an option, and do we need to clarify that? So for example, someone who was nominated in the Mayor's Citizenship Award, or in the Mayor's Award, may be best in the Citizen of the Year category or something along those lines. Can we give the committee that flexibility that if the nominator chose the wrong tick box, it could be recategorized, really?
Yes, absolutely. So as the director that is, I guess, the director rep for the Community Services Committee, absolutely, I'll be working alongside WCC Mandy specifically on this program. So it's definitely something that as a committee of council, they can certainly make that determination. And the people that are going through those applications, verifying everything, making sure that everything is correct, absolutely, they have the capacity to be able to reach out to those that are putting the nominations in and making some recommendations. I think that's a valuable thing that we can do.
So could we add a specific clause that says committee has the authority to recategorize nominees across award categories? That's not the right wording. You could do much better. But any concerns with that, council? Think of another one. The long-time service volunteer could be our Citizen of the Year very easily, depending on who's great.
Would you be comfortable, Mayor Hansen, with your one-year carryover proposal adding upon review of the status?
Yeah.
I can't talk, sorry. I think you understand what I mean.
Mm-hmm. Yes, okay. So what I am hearing, and I didn't know who made the motion, but I'd like to put forward an amendment, which I think has enough changes, it's probably not friendly. So I'll just ask that we vote on it, council. And the amendment would be that we make the following changes. We clarify that no award is needed, no award is required per category if a deserving nominee is not nominated. I'll let you work on the wording. That nominations can carry over for a maximum of 1 additional year upon review of the application. That we remove the questions listed under the environmental award section, and that the committee has the authority to redesignate nominee categories. Ms. Phillips.
And to define WCC.
And to define WCC. Yeah, thank you. Council, any comments on that amendment? We've got a motion for the amendment on the floor. All those in favor? And opposed? That is carried unanimously. We now have the main motion on the floor, which is Councillor Iwanicki's. Any further discussion on that? Great. All those in favor? And opposed? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate your work on that. Next, we'll move along to the solid waste master plan.
Thank you. Good evening. The purpose of this report is to request council approval to adopt the municipal solid waste master plan, which was presented to council in draft form earlier this year. Excuse me. The finalized version of the master plan presented tonight has no changes from the draft version other than some corrections to grammar, which does not change context, and the addition of Appendix A, which is a summary of council's comments from that night. Also included in support of the master plan is an implementation plan for council's review, which is intended to provide council with a tentative timeline for implementing the recommendations of the master plan. Some of the notable timelines in the implementation plan include to immediately increase blue cart capacity by procuring an inventory of 360-liter carts and providing them to residents who require additional capacity at the same rate as the 240-liter carts, pending approval of the operating budget, which has the cost of the cart inventory included within, and a bylaw amendment to adjust the rates, of which first reading was earlier tonight. Next, expand the organic waste collection and improve convenience by tendering organic carts in 2027 and implementing year-round organic collection starting in April of 2028, which is when the current contract for manual organic waste collection expires. A budget approval in 27 for green carts and a waste bylaw amendment in 28 will be required. In October 28, 6 months after organic waste collection begins, we can then transition to bi-weekly garbage collection. This will allow residents time to get accustomed to using the green carts and practice diversion. The change will require a waste bylaw amendment to change the frequency of garbage collection from weekly to bi-weekly. The next significant change would be to close the West End recycle facility located at Pogato Park once the current bin hauling contract expires in July of 27, or funding from the extended producer responsibility ends, whichever occurs later. Although a budget or a bylaw amendment is not required, but because it's a service level adjustment, administration would seek council's approval prior to closing that facility. In 2028, design and expansion of the waste transfer site and begin construction in 2030. This would be coordinated with the lagoon reclamation project, so the time is likely to move around a bit. And this would require a capital budget approval by council. And lastly, to perform a waste audit in 2031 and determine the diversion rate and compare to the 2024 diversion rate of 22.6%. And as you recall, the master plan sets a goal of a 35% diversion rate, which is realistic and achievable. Adopting both plans tonight, the master plan and the implementation plan, does not commit council to any of the recommendations or timelines, since most require council approval due to a change in service levels, budget, or a bylaw amendment. And of course, many of the potential changes in solid waste services are relatively substantial and will require a comprehensive communication strategy. And Public Works will work closely with the communications department to ensure that the public is adequately engaged and informed. Some options have been presented in the report for council's consideration, and administration respectfully recommends option number 1, that council adopts both plans as presented. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Do we have any questions to start with? Councillor Bilodeau.
My only question is, when I read this, I didn't want to see the West End recycling facility leave eventually, just because I see the rate of growth going west, and a lot of those people are accustomed to being able to take their cardboard and stuff there, rather than go all the way over to the waste transfer site. It's a little bit, it's a ways off, but would that be something that could be revisited?
Yeah, and thank you for the question. And through the chair, a couple things. Everything will be revisited. All the recommendations in here will be individually presented to council for debate, and in some cases, a bylaw amendment or a budget adjustment or a budget approval. So everything can be discussed in greater detail. Of course, this is a high-level presentation, and council doesn't have all the information to enact really any of these recommendations yet. And so we'll be coming back point by point and discussing those with. Some of the background in the master plan on why it's suitable to close the WRF at some point in the future. Well, first of all, it's funded by the EPR program. So as long as that funding continues, we don't need to close it. Someone else is actually paying those bills. But what happens on October 1st of 2025 is phase 1 of the EPR program, and October 1st of 2026 is phase 2 of the EPR program, where all residents of Sylvan Lake, including multifamily dwellings, and all of our neighboring communities will start to receive recycling services at the curb. And some of you may have erroneously received a mail out that was intended for the summer villages last week in the mail, and they're rolling that out actively. But the point is, with everybody receiving recycling service, including those on the west end of Sylvan Lake, the master plan identifies the WRF as redundant and not necessary. Time will tell, and council may feel otherwise and certainly choose to fund that facility if the EPR funding ends. But to answer your question, yes, absolutely, council will get a chance to review and change and provide direction to administration on the closing of the WRF. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional questions, Councillor Avaniki?
It's kind of like more of a comment question hybrid. I think maybe it would be more appropriate for this.
We can ask a question within that period too, so if you're on the fence, I'd hold on. Any additional questions? Councillor Ostendi?
Just a question. Reading the report, at one point, the climate resiliency plan was referred to within, and I'm just wondering, is that part of the master plan, waste master plan, or was it just as a reference document in building the master plan? Because I noticed some things I love in there about natural habitat restoration and environmental monitoring. I was assuming the writers of the report, the consultants, were just referencing all these different documents in our town. That was my assumption.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for the question. You're right, that was a reference document in preparing the plan. That and 4 other plans, including sustainability plan and the older version of the council strategic plan.
Okay.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
Additional questions? Could someone make a motion? Councillor Payne.
I move that council approves the municipal solid waste master plan and implementation plan as presented in report AIR 1313.
Excellent. Councillor Avaniki.
So it's very closely related to what Councillor Bilodeau was asking. I can't remember the exact choice of words used in January, but I expressed a pretty heavy concern about closing of the wharf regardless. Yes, wharf. Sorry. Yeah. If for no other reason that I just bringing in my experiences and living in other places, like it's very nice to have somewhere convenient and centralized that you can have everything, but people on the far end of town, if you have like a bulk recycling, like I was thinking when I got a new office chair and my box was half the size of this horseshoe, you know, it's where I brought it because it's close to my house, right? And sticking it in my bin isn't going to happen. And the thought of having to drive it all the way across town, I'm like, oh, that's a pain in the butt too. So I question whether or not we'd have a reverse incentive for people if they would just find a way to shove it in the garbage bin just because it's the bi-weekly pickup for that if we switch over. And then my question is more for the comment into question, into the appendix about the councillor's comments. The way it's phrased in there right now seems to imply that the concern is more to do with respect to the wharf. Let me just see the exact wording. Is for regional use. I don't know if that's necessarily true, and it certainly wasn't what I was raising. Unless you consider regional use of the people who live on the west end of town. It just, the way it's looking to me is more they're talking about people living outside of town coming in. I just would like to, I'd like some clarity there that it's just generalized concern about what will happen if the wharf closes. Whether we have to really change the wording, if everyone's comfortable with the way it's worded there, I'll leave it up to everyone else to decide.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, I reviewed the video from that night and tried to capture the comments, and I did paraphrase, so that may not be a true representation, but the conversation was around the wharf being regional, and I believe the word good neighbors was used, and I can't remember if I pointed out that night that our regional neighbors, including the summer villages, are receiving curbside recycling service, so I may not have accurately captured that. And that's where the word regional came from, the neighborly thing. Regional being our neighbors, the summer villages, if you're referring to that bullet that I'm referring to.
Councillor Ostendi, comment.
Just thinking on Councillor Iwiniki's question and comment about that, I know it's come up before, and thinking about the regional use, you know, people have observed, I know Councillor Payne once pointed out that, you know, he had watched people drop off materials and kind of head home in a different direction than our town. And so what I think in time it might be an angle to pursue partnership when we have something on the edge of town, when we know it's being shared by our neighbors. But I raised the same concern about the West End recycling facility that Councillor Bilodeau raised, and I do understand in the wording of the master plan that it would be revisited, as you confirmed, Mr. Watson. And so I'm comfortable with approving this plan. I think it's got a lot of really good stuff in it, but I'm also, if I'm there at that day to make a decision about the West End, I already have a bias to keep it open. And thinking of the discussion now, a bias also to say to Red Deer County, our neighbors, hey, we know this is a mutual service, interested in sharing, but access is everything. I've seen recycling centers in my mother's old hometown where they're literally right downtown, right at the center of the village. And it's so easy because the grocery store is right there. You know, it's kind of like going to the mall and recycling at the same time. And the truck drives up, stops, this crane thing comes up, picks it up, drops it in the back, puts it back down and drives off 60 seconds later. Like, it doesn't interrupt traffic, nothing. It just go, 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 convenience for everybody. And so accessibility is an issue. And just to really make the point, I just walked by in 60 West, construction bin full of cardboard, and not a kilometer away is the West End Recycling Foundation. So that's to make the point that education is so critical, because we collectively are not environmentalists and we trash so much, which the master plan proved beyond a doubt. So many of us do not recycle or compost collectively or on their own. So I really support the plan because it brings those good ideas forward.
And Council, I'll just point out, right in the report, it does say that administration would need to seek council approval prior to closing the facility. So we do have the opportunity to have that discussion separately. So I want to make sure we stay at a really high level, because we do have some items that are time sensitive on tonight's agenda that we just really can't delay. And I want to make sure we have time to get there. So do we have any more real high level comments on this item? Seeing none, we have a motion. We have a motion on the floor, yes? All those in favor and opposed? Council, I'll tell you, my desire is we have two more items that I don't think will be substantial that both require Mr. Watson, and I'd love to get through those, and then we can take a substantial break and everyone get up and do some jumping jacks in the back room. But then we could let Mr. Watson go to bed. So with that, let's move along to the roadway sweeping policy.
Thank you. This report is a request council approval of an updated roadway sweeping policy, which has recently received a 4-year review by administration, is now presented to council to ensure that it meets your expectations. The policy is intended to ensure that roads and other maintenance areas of responsibility are regularly swept of debris to ensure safety, minimize environmental contamination, to provide for general aesthetics. The proposed policy, which is included attachment 1, has just a few changes that affect context. Most notably, we've changed the target date for completion of the spring sweep to June 1st from June 15th annually, which better reflects the historical completion date. The language regarding the use of parking restriction signage has been clarified to exclude the spring pre-sweep, which reflects the actual practice. And lastly, the addition of a caveat regarding provincial or federal regulations regarding the reuse of roadway sweepings. As you know, we reuse them, screen them, add salt, reuse them for winter. Although the proposed changes are relatively minor, administration seeks council approval of the policy as we prepare for the spring sweeping season. Administration is satisfied that the policy is relevant and addresses service levels, and therefore respectfully recommends that council approves the proposed roadway sweeping policy as presented. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll start with questions of Mr. Watson. I have a couple. One, I appreciate that we're moving the date forward, but my question is, how often are we laying traction material for an April snowfall? Typically at that time, we're expecting it to melt fairly quickly, or are we still spreading new material at that point in the year?
Road salt on roads in April? Yeah, of course. If conditions warrant, we're still applying traction control.
How, I guess, Is that common in the month of April?
Yeah, it actually is. We get most of our snow in March and early April, and if conditions warrant, we'll be sanding. We were sanding today and it was above 0. It was +2 or +3, whatever. We'll sand. We'll sand as required, let's put it that way. We delay the spring sweeping late enough, and it's happened where we started our spring sweep and we've sanded. But if the roads deteriorate to condition, even though we've already started the spring sweep, we will sand, if that answers your question.
And my secondary question is there an additional cost to move the date forward any further? So not completing in a shorter time, I know that always does because that requires contracted services, but just to push that date any further forward.
Yeah, good question, thank you. There is no cost. That's our goal, and like I mentioned, that's based on the historical completion date anyway. In fact, quite often we're done before May 20th. Now, and in the report I did touch on the fact that we have adequate resources. The only thing that slows us down in spring is the weather. It is not resources. So we just simply thought we'd do a housekeeping, clean that date to better reflect the actual completion date, which I would say we've always done it completed by June 1st, whether or not. And it's just a housekeeping item just to improve the date.
That's great. Any additional questions? Someone like to put a motion on the floor? Councilor Bilodeau.
I'll make a motion that council approves the roadway sweeping policy number E003-00C as presented in report ARR 1323, and further that policy E003-003B is hereby rescinded.
Thank you. We'll open it up for comment. Just say, I so appreciate moving this forward, and if there is any potential of moving it forward even more, this is one that I hear the most about in the spring. Road hockey season starts in April, and the injuries that come with that, just on my little portion of the world, are quite substantial with gravel on the road. And I think would be such a great thing if we could just break, and I did some research on other communities and I know that we are right on par with them, so this is to be expected. But if there's any way we could be a trendsetter and just finish it by the end of April, or like really challenge that start date. I'm hearing that there's probably no way we could do that, and it certainly would always be weather dependent, but I am curious, is there any way to do that?
Well, of course we'll go as quick as we can, but you know, when I say weather dependent, I don't necessarily mean the sun shining. I mean that the snow has melted on the boulevards and in the shade areas. And that's what delays the sweeping program the most, is waiting for conditions to warrant us actually sweeping the boulevard onto the road and then sweeping the road. And we need 100% access to all areas in the right of way to complete that. So when I say weather dependent, I mean like warm enough weather to melt the snow in the shade that's laying on the road and the boulevard.
That's fair. Thank you. Any additional questions? We have a motion on the floor. All those in favor? And opposed? That is carried unanimously. And we'll move right along to the snow and ice control policy.
Thank you. Another housekeeping item I would categorize. We're here to request council approval of an updated snow and ice control, which has also received a scheduled 4-year review by administration. The policy included as attachment 1 is intended to ensure the safety and mobility of pedestrians and the motoring public by mitigating the effects of snow and ice accumulations on walkway and roadways. The policy provides a balanced approach between the nuisance of snow and ice and the cost to control them. The proposed policy has some relatively minor changes that do affect contacts, specifically a change in responsibilities where the director and not the CAO shall determine the route classifications for creating a snow route map, which is included as attachment 2. An improvement to the public communication for snow plowing now includes B routes. The current practice is to notify the public on the C route schedule, which is local roads, but not on Bs. So a significant improvement to the communication by including B routes with our public communication. And a change in responsibilities where the manager shall decide if triggers are attained and when snow and ice control operations are initiated. And this too reflects the actual practice. No other changes are proposed as administration is satisfied the policy is relevant and functional, and therefore administration respectfully recommends that council approves the proposed snow and ice control policy as presented. Thank you.
Excellent. Excellent. We'll start with any questions. Councillor Iwanicki.
Actually, more of a question for Ms. Phillips, if I may. Like, I'm just kind of curious about the shifting of responsibility from yourself to the director. Like, could it not be worded the CAO in consultation with the director? Unless there's a really patently good reason aside from the fact that he's going to know a heck of a lot more about the roads than you.
No, thank you for the question. I mean, it could always be the CAO or designate, but with this policy, it is a policy with clear direction on what levels of snow require what level of clearing, which is why I'm comfortable with it shifting to the director. Yep.
Seeing no additional questions, would someone like to put a motion on the floor? Councillor Ostindi, sure.
Not so much a question, just because I live really on the map of this spot. On the map, there's a minor error where they're including the alley of Firdale Close as a roadway. So just as a minor edit to look at later. Yep, and then I'll get into questions once on the floor. There's no other alleys put on the map, right? So it shouldn't be there, I'm just saying.
Fair. Would someone like to, Councillor Payne?
I move that council approves the snow and ice control policy number E003002E as presented in report AIR 1330, and further that council rescind, or sorry, policy E003002D be hereby rescinded.
3B.
Motion on the floor. Councillor Austin, did you have some comment there?
Yeah, I was thinking more and more about, you know, how we have all those C roads, and some of them act nearly like ulterior or collector roads. They're not collectors, you know, and you know, the deeper the green gets, the more like one of the green roads becomes a collector for that zone. And I think often about Firdale Road and parts of Firdale Drive as an example. And I know them just because I live there. I don't want to argue for better service in my direct neighborhood. But that's something to think about, but I don't necessarily want to propose an amendment or change, but I just noticed that you know, it's every category has gray zones within it, you know, in the sense of, oh, it's nearly like a collector road. And I'm just wondering, is there traffic counts that we use to make them a green zone, a C versus a B? Like, how do we decide those finer, you know, decisions?
Yeah, well, thank you for the question. And through the chair, well, first of all, there used to be additional categories in the old snow and ice control policy where we had D routes. And if you look around the region, some municipalities like Red Deer has 7 or 9 routes. And the triggers, we found that when we had the D routes, the triggers, the amount of snow accumulation that it takes to initiate snow and ice control operations was so close that we wound up doing all the same time, and council chose to go back to the ABC route system. The designations are determined by road design in most cases. There's some exceptions to that. For example, arterials and collectors through our DPD development process and design guidelines book specifies a roadway cross-section, and that's how we determine the A's and the B's, by road design. Some of the exceptions include in the Cabin District down there, you'll see in the top right corner of the map, 50A Avenue looks like an innocent C route, but it actually connects to another municipality, so we've classified that as a B route to increase the level of service. So to answer your question, most of the routes are by design, by roadway cross-section design, and some are by judgment based on what we consider common sense decisions.
Okay, and I had another question, if I'm reading this policy right. We have a parking lot plowing policy. It fits into facilities, but it doesn't appear that we have a parking lot sanding policy. Am I reading that right? I was thinking, like, under number 5 facilities, it does talk about, you know, parking lots as being facilities, and then there's the plowing item there.
Yeah, thanks for the question. And under the section of sanding, bullet number 4, sand is applied at road locations where traffic stops, changes speed or changes direction or changes elevation. And I would consider parking lots are included as a roadway in the definitions. So parking lots certainly do receive sand.
Okay. So I, just because of my experience with a slip and fall, and I have 16 days left that I can sue us collectively from that moment, you know, having had to think about this a lot, it's not a reason for me not to support this policy, but collectively we might want to think about being really clear about the sanding of parking lots so that we are not open to being sued. So it's one of those times where I think maybe we as a town should talk to our lawyer to make sure we are covering our legal butts so that people like Ian Ostindi can never sue us.
Thank you through the chair. That's a good point. And we can certainly amend the policy to make it very clear that parking lots are sanded as required.
Ms. Phillips.
I will also point out that policy does help protect us from liability. So if a decision is made as a policy decision as a municipality, it does reduce our liability risks. But I understand where you're coming from. So, and of course, always up to council to adjust. This is your policy. So if you wanted higher service levels, we would definitely bring that back with the related associated costs. Yeah.
Any additional comment, council? With that, we have a motion on the floor. Let me go back to who made it. Thank you. We have a motion on the floor. All those in favor? And opposed? That is carried unanimously. Council, let's take a 12-minute recess. Recognizing that this meeting has a lot on it, Mr. Lebsack, I'm going to request that we split tonight's 2 items. We do need to have the conversation about priority setting for the RCMP because of deadlines on their end. But now that we've seen the information about the municipal enforcement ones, it was nice that we could review them together. I think we should defer the municipal enforcement side of it just to our next meeting, if that's okay with you. Thank you for having it ready. It's going to make it so easy for you to put this report on the next agenda. So if I can get you to just highlight the RCMP portion of it, and we'll keep our comments to that, and we'll defer the rest for next time, Council. Thank you, Mr. Lebsack.
Absolutely. All right, Your Worship and Council.
I am so sorry. Before we do that, we do need a motion to extend. It has been another hour. Would someone like to make that motion? It's...
I'll make a motion to extend the meeting beyond 8 o'clock.
Excellent. Thank you. All those in favor? And opposed? That is carried unanimously. All right, Mr. Lebsack, sorry about that.
No worries, thank you. So as you can see here, so what we've brought forward is the RCMP's, what they're now calling Community Priorities Planning Process. So I'll just quickly touch on that. In February, Alberta RCMP detachments are transitioning to what they call a new Community Priorities Plan process or planning cycle. What we've provided for you there is the previous annual performance plan, and they have 4 priorities that they've outlined there, so I'll just flip down to them. The initial letter in the attachment is just their new process that they're talking about. Down to page 242 of the agenda is last year's municipal policing plan and their priorities there. So priority 1 is crime reduction. Priority 2 is enhancing road safety. Priority 3 actually says rural break and enters, but it was municipal break and enters for us. And priority number 4 is accountability and transparency. So you can see kind of the breakdown underneath of them, and then there's more stats and everything as part of this project. But those were the 4 priorities that were settled on for last year's RCMP policing plan. And I guess what we're bringing forward this year is, do we have any changes to those priorities? We have a meeting set for Thursday of this week with myself, CAO Phillips, and the mayor, and we'll meet with the staff sergeant and the sergeant there. And they need to get, as part of their program planning, they need to get this in by the end of March, at the end of the fiscal year, to start their new planning process. So that's why it's a little bit of a rush. And what we're bringing forward today is, do we see any changes to those 4 priorities, or is there anything else that council would like us to bring up with the RCMP when we meet them on Thursday? Then they'll throw that into their planning process and submit it back to the mayor for signature and sign off before the end of the month.
Councillor Winicki.
I might have missed it, or maybe it was provided previously. Do we have any of when was the last time we received sort of the crime statistics? I think it was not that long ago.
We had a package in the agenda, or we had some information in the agenda package a little while ago, but it's probably been 3 months since Staff Sergeant was here. 3 to 4 months since the Staff Sergeant was here in person. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just, the reason I ask is because they're a little bit specific on like enhancing road safety and then rural municipal break and enters. But the sort of vague crime reduction category, I mean, it seems not, I almost would like there to be a bit more specificity to it if we could. But without having ready access to that data that in fairness I could have looked up. But to say, you know, what areas do you think we should ask them to focus on? I don't know if anyone has any thoughts.
Yes, please.
Thank you, through the chair. So I know it's not, you're right, worded maybe quite clear enough here in priority 1 crime reduction. That relates to more so the crime reduction and what they call the Lighthouse Project in Sylvan Lake, where they do annual checks on prolific offenders, or not annual checks, daily checks on prolific offenders. And so that's what crime reduction there relates to, is more so the overall persons crimes and property crimes within Sylvan Lake, and how they manage those, or how they manage to keep those down through that lighthouse project. So you're right, the explanation probably isn't that good, but I think that's kind of what they're referring to there, is that whole project and how they manage that.
So is that sort of following up? I think I saw something in here about how they were talking about, yeah, like conditional release offenders and things. Is that kind of tied together? Same idea?
Yeah, through the chair, so that's what that is. So they call theirs the Lighthouse Project, and what basically that is they have anybody that has conditions on their release that is in the municipality, they will do random 24-hour checks at any point in time that they feel like. So they can phone them up at 3 o'clock in the morning and say, or go to their house if they're supposed to be at home and knock on their door at 3 o'clock in the morning and make them get out of bed to come to the door to say, hi, I'm home. And yeah, and so they do a really good job of that as part of that Lighthouse program, and that's more or less what this refers to, is all of those, I'll call them kind of persons crimes and property crimes that relate to the Lighthouse project, not kind of major crimes. Yeah.
Councillor Cindy.
There's two ideas that I want to put forward for conversation. Not being in the room, I won't have the insight of how they fit into the full conversation. So I'm not advocating for taking one of these and replacing with my thoughts, but I think these are two ideas that should be spoken about out loud. And one is youth. We've had a lot of conversations, community. I know at Community Hub we often talk about it. Youth, helping youth become healthy adults, and policing is one aspect of that big conversation. So I think that's something worth talking about. It does fit into some of our other conversations we've had around the table about school presence. The second one is something that was far more prevalent about 20 years ago, when the big shift in culture down at the lakeshore changed from that it's a great place to drink beer to, hey, this is a great place to be as a family, is kind of the way I read the community when I first arrived. And a lot of it was RCMP work, and that family atmosphere of the lakeshore. And again, I'm not suggesting that we have to make it as a priority, but if we don't once in a while say it out loud, we might start to lose traction on the lakeshore, just as we have been talking again about litter and all those things about the lakeshore, keeping it sharp. So those are two topics I think are worth bringing up in a policing conversation.
I agree with Councillor Stindy. I think the community engagement priority, the accountability and transparency priority is really focused heavily on the youth. And I think that's something that, if we can echo that message over and over again, that's where we want the community engagement to be, is at that level. I mentioned yesterday, I can't believe I said that, but I mentioned yesterday that one of the things that this RCMP detachment does very well is connect very well with the high school. Sergeant Sexsmith is very good at making those relationships, and I think that it shows through in that accountability and transparency priority. So I think that's really important that we echo that, because I think moving towards what we feel, or at least the feeling I got from the group of us yesterday, is that we feel is a priority to focus on the youth. I think it's something that needs to be said over and over again, not just occasionally, because I do think that's, even in conversations with Sergeant Peden and Sergeant Sexsmith, it's something that they even noticed in the summer was something that needed to be addressed over and over again, is that connection. So, but I do think that comes through in that community engagement, that accountability and transparency.
Great. Mr. Lepsak.
Thank you, through the chair. Just some clarification with Councillor Ostindi. Are you referring to, we used to have a priority of alcohol in open places or public places. are you referring to that down on the lakefront, or is it broader than alcohol down on the lakefront?
The way I arrived 18 and a half years ago in our community, and at that time, I believe I was watching a culture shift. Part of it was the alcohol. Part of it was what is this a safe place for? Are we just wanting a whole bunch of young people to party, or do we want to feel like a all ages safe place to celebrate? And at that time, I remember we as a community I believe, had stopped giving permits to a certain festival and let it die for a few years, and then started to say yes to other things that were all ages friendly and are much more of the type of events that we host to this very day. And I think we want to make sure we never let that shift back, even partially back, so that we don't have to then really have to work at it to get back to the right culture. So it was part of the alcohol and, the patio changes. Like, it wasn't just the police, it was the town creating the patio culture as opposed to the open, sit on the edge of the sidewalk and pass the beer, as I said once before, to the 16-year-old 6 inches away from you. So all those measures, including policing, seem to be what shifted that culture. Their presence, their way they approach certain crimes that, like public drinking or having a beer on the beach and all those kind of things. I hope that clear.
Yeah. Additional comments? I'm just thinking of how to word this motion, so this is going to be clunky, but I'm going to try my best here, Council. My thought about a motion is that Council express Council's support for continuing with the existing RCMP community priorities with the addition of conversation around data metrics to support youth, family-friendly atmosphere. This was my slip-in that I sent you by email, but an annual engagement calendar. Does that capture those additional items? And I did take notes on all of those other bits too. So the process is we'll then bring this up and then they'll draft something back to us. Does that motion capture? Great. That is my motion on the floor then, Council. We'll give it one last opportunity if there's anything else we'd like to bring up on this item. Council does have the final opportunity to approve this plan at the end of it. This is just giving me some direction to go have that conversation. Great. All those in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. Thank you. We will move that municipal enforcement portion to our next meeting. And we'll move along to municipal emergency management bylaw.
Thank you. Worship and Council, we are bringing forward the Municipal Emergency Management Bylaw, 1946-2026 for second and possibly third reading. And again, this is the change to this bylaw was to add all of council into the advisory committee. And then we will then hold those advisory committee meetings as part of a governance and priorities meeting at a regular GNP meeting in the future.
Excellent. Any questions, Council? Motion for second reading, Councillor Payne.
I move that Council approves second reading of the Municipal and Emergency Management Bylaw 1946-2026 as presented in Report AIR 1341.
Excellent. Any comments and debate? We have a motion on the floor. All those in favor? And opposed? That is carried unanimously. Would someone like to make a motion for third reading? Councillor Ostindi.
I move that Council approve third reading of the Municipal Emergency Management Bylaw 1946-2026 as presented in Report AIR 1341.
Excellent. We'll look for any additional debate. Seeing none, all those in favor? And opposed? And that is carried unanimously again. All right, now we will move along to the visitor pay parking program.
Okay, so Your Worship and Council, tonight we're bringing forward a discussion on the visitor paid parking program to set the parameters of this program for 2026. And again, I know ties right in with budget discussions and how those are working. But we're hoping for some direction and I guess direction here tonight so that we can start to proceed with any information we need to send to hotspot parking, any signage we need to order, some communication plans that we need to get going, and we're just hoping to get some direction at this point in time so that we can move forward with those. The resource impacts that we've specified here or that are aligned here will obviously follow up with budget discussions that we're having tomorrow. So what we have currently, and I'll just kind of say, I know it's kind of back and forth, what we have currently in our budget presentation that you'll be discussing tomorrow is kind of what we have as the base here for today's discussion. So we've got a parking lot rate, an all-day rate in the parking lot of $50 per day, on-street parking of $5 per hour, and seasonal parking permit of $150 per permit, and extend the program to run from May 15th to October 31st. Those are the components that we do have currently that we've proposed, and then we also have, or that are currently included in the budget process, and then we've proposed the other additional ones of expanding the program to other areas of town. We've got, I think, 4 different options there that are not included in tomorrow's budget discussion. So again, we're just bringing all those forward, a little bit of a jumbled mess here in terms of getting some direction to move forward. And also it will help us align tomorrow's budget discussions. We will have all these, if there's some decisions or some direction that we get tonight, we'll throw those into the spreadsheet that Darren has, and those will be presented tomorrow as part of the budget discussion, just so we can see what we're moving forward with.
Ms. Phillips.
Can I just, sorry, I didn't pass this on to Mr. Lebsack earlier. Amanda is present at our meeting. She forwarded us some information on some parking fees. The highest one she's found was Banff at 50 to 80. That one did range. Calgary was $44 and $10 a day, and Lake Louise is $42 a day. I know we had initially brought forward 40 as the recommendation. It was 30 last year. So I just wanted to make sure council's aware where our rates land within that provincial averages. So.
Thank you. Do you have more to present, or am I ready to?
Unless you wanted me to go through the actual presentation slides, but they're all included in your package, so if you want to open it up for discussion, go right ahead.
So my ask is of council that we're going to do a bit of further splitting on this, and I recommend that the first proposed motion ends at the word permit, so that we're only talking about rates in this first round. If everyone's comfortable with that, would someone, if we have specific questions we'll start with, or would you like to make a motion up until that word permit?
I guess we need to do a motion before I can get to saying what I want to say. So I can make the motion as soon as you just give me a chance to get back to it.
Sounds great. Under the 150 per permit, I guess, is where I'm looking to split that. So we're just talking about rates.
Okay. So I move that council approve the 2026 visitor pay parking program with the following rates for the lot parking of $50 per day, on-street parking of $5 per hour, and seasonal parking permit of $150 per permit.
Okay, and go ahead with your comments.
I felt from the beginning that $50 was high. I know there's several people around the horseshoe that thinks very different, but I have no problem with the $5 per hour. But the $50 per day just seems a little extreme.
Sure.
Like, I have no problem with 40, but 50 just seems high.
So maybe just to keep our comments, I'll actually just get you to say your preferred hour, day, and annual rate, and we'll just do a round of all of council with those 3 bits of information, keeping it as concise as we can.
540 and the annual pass doesn't, I'm fine with that.
Sure. Councillor Johannesson.
Ms. Phillips, what did you say BAM's hourly was?
50 to 80.
Hourly?
Oh, I don't have that. I had daily.
Oh,
Sorry.
okay.
We were just talking about the daily rates.
Okay.
That's all the information we grabbed.
Yeah, I think 50 is very reasonable. I've stated my points before. I think that's cheaper than going to any place as a family. I would actually go to $7 an hour. So I would say $57 an hour, and then, yeah, I'm fine with the pass.
Councillor Ostindi.
I'll qualify one of the numbers, but I'll say the idea of 45 and 150. I made comments previously about the idea of location, location, location. To me, it's reasonable to charge more right at the lakeshore as opposed to a new parking lot we're adding like the library. So I think there's a difference there to me that I want to think about, but thinking about our jumping it up from 30 to 40 is a good jump. We had just already jumped it, I believe, $5 the year before, so we're really we're going from 25 to 40 in this particular time, short period of time, and yeah, we're not a Banff, we're not a Lake Louise, we're not a downtown Calgary, but we do have a need, and we do have a need to support what people are coming for. And so even though I'm a big advocate for free public services, at the same time, we have a real need to support this lakeshore as well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Are we giving our reasonings behind?
No, I'm hoping to do as speed of a round as we can because we have a number of different things to talk about. My wish is 5, 40, and 250. I just think that annual pass, not that it's a big seller, might need a slight bump. Councillor Iwanicki?
We kind of skipped the question portion. Can I ask one quick question?
Yes, absolutely.
And I'm sorry if this is self-evident, I'm really flipping tired now, but for the parking lot portion, is there hourly parking in the parking lots?
No, as of this year, it will be a flat rate, daily parking rate, that's it.
Okay, and then the second question in regards to that, can you do the day rate on street parking?
No.
Okay, then that simplifies my thoughts. Then 550, 150 for me.
Okay. Councillor Bilodeau?
You can't do the day rate on the street? Oh. Okay, so
just to clarify, the reason for that is there's a 3-hour parking restriction on the street.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
So I'm good with $5 an hour. I think 50 is too much. I'd go 40. And I think we're totally losing on the seasonal parking permit. I think we can bump that up. 200, 250 for sure.
I'm fine as it is, 550 and 150.
Let me do some quick math here.
Can I ask a question? We have to make a decision. Like, I feel like we should talk about this.
Sure, if you want to do a quick round of yeah, not quite. Sure, question.
One question, I recall that the 150 was calculated with some justification behind it. It wasn't just a random number. Because a lot of people that buy the 150 are Summer Village folks. And I'm trying to remember what the rationale was for the 150.
How much each household pays?
Yeah, through the chair. Yeah. So the original number, which was $126.50, was based on the rationale that we had done at that time, is basically what we spend on the lakefront in the municipality and what portion would go back to a municipal tax bill. So we had looked at garbage pickup by Public Works, parks maintenance that goes on down there, that kind of thing. And so it had come out at $126.50 at that point in time. This last bump up, we did not go back and do a detailed recalculation of those numbers. We just simply proposed a new rate for it.
So let's do another round that involves some discussion. We'll keep it to rate discussion, ideally, though, just so that we don't get into some of the next couple of decisions here. Ms. Phillips.
Banff is $7 an hour hourly rate in the off season and $12 an hour during the keep pour.
Thank you. Councillor Bilodeau?
I have a question. I like the idea, I think it was Ian that said, like, really when we talk about parking lots, The one by Centennial is prime location, because if you get in there, you get early enough, you're right on the lake. What other parking lots do we have outside of there? So by the library and so on?
The lake, waterside site.
Okay, yeah. Which again is kind of like premium parking. So having said that now, I feel like 50 for sure, because it's that's prime parking. So I was just thinking, I wasn't thinking lakefront. So maybe I'm changing 40 to 50. It's just such a large jump. It's kind of how I feel about the no smoking bylaw. We should take steps, but not like be overly, yeah, too much, but that was my thought.
So I'll just note before we do this round, we do have the majority for 50. So keep that in mind as we make our comments. No, Holly's switch makes the majority for 50. So Councillor Payne?
Okay, so starting this year, you can't get refunds on the portion of your parking that you're not using, but we also can't charge by the hour in the parking lots?
That's correct. We're going with the flat rate in the parking lots.
Does that not seem unfair to everyone? Like if I'm there for an hour, I have to pay $50 to park on Centennial, and if I'm there for 12 hours, I pay $50 to park on Centennial? That seems ridiculous to me. Am I nuts?
Can I ask the question before we go too far on that? Is that something that our programming has the capacity to change, I guess? Or is that already negotiated within the contract?
Your worship, that's something I will have to check with them. We did negotiate into the contract no refunds, but I'd have to check and see whether they can program that different through, I mean, they can, I would just have to see what implications that would have on our agreement.
Okay. Councillor Mern's question?
Yeah, similar question around that. What is was it hourly before? Like, could you do hourly like last year in the parking lots? Oh, it's never been hourly in the parking lots.
That's correct. It's never been hourly in the parking lots. You could just, once you paid your daily rate, you would be able to get a refund.
You'd get a refund. Okay. Do we know what the fine is for not paying for parking in the parking lots?
Yeah. If you pay it within the first week, it's $78, and if after the first week, it's $111.
Councillor Winicki.
And I just add a comment that I did, part of my notice of motion is to revisit all those fines too, so.
We'll start with Councillor Payne and just do a round of full comment if you'd like on that. Anything further? Sure, Councillor Johannesson.
Yeah, I know it seems like a jump, but I know from, I mean, this was a big thing during my campaign and talking to people, this is what the people of Sylvan Lake want, and I think it does a couple things. One, it raises more money for us. Two, it puts value on our beach. And while we're not a Banff and we're not these places, we're also not, no name. We're a brand name. And we have to, I think we have to put the value on the beach ourselves to let people know that. Then hopefully they'll respect our beach more. And then those that don't, it helps cover the extra bylaw officers and the extra cleaning that we're getting. And it also has the ability to free up space at the beach for maybe people aren't going to come 4 times a week or all the time, and we can have more room. When I talked to the seniors at the senior lodge, they said we can't even go down to the beach and sit on the bench and read a book and watch the kids play. And that broke my heart. So less people coming because it's a little more expensive means that, they choose when they come. And then there's more time for locals to use the beach, which is something that every single person I talk to says, we don't go down there, we don't go to the beach. That's a positive, and so we're still gaining the money from raising the prices. I think 50 is very fair. When you look at any kind of outing, like I've said many times before, you can't take a family of 4 to the movies for under $50, let alone going to dinner or going to the circus. Do they have circuses? It's 9 o'clock, right? The zoo is what I was trying to think. Wow, that's weird. So I think 50's fair. I think Councillor Payne's right. It seems if we could have some sort of hourly option, even if it's a minimum option, but maybe in the parking lot it's $10 an hour instead of $5 on the street. So then people, if they're there for 3 hours, are paying $30 or whatever. Maybe there's a way to do that. I don't think there's a lot of people that come and park in those lots that only stay for an hour. I mean, I could be wrong, but I love 50. I think it's actually, I think upping the seasonal to 250 is a good idea. And I think the one thing about keeping the lots at daily at $50 a day is it actually will, I think, incentivize people to buy the seasonal pass if they want to come more often and only want to come for an hour or 2 hours at a time. So yeah, I would say I would go 55 and 250 would be good. And then if you're doing by hour, make it $10 an hour in the lots.
The best way to address that, if we go around and there is some will to discuss that, would it be that we pass the motion as is with the rates that we choose, so not as is those rates, and then we could receive some further information back if there's any options for variance on the lots? Would that be a reasonable way to address that? Because we wouldn't be able to make a motion that includes that without any further information, so that could be something we decide at a later date, potentially. Sure.
Reclaiming my time. I'm perfectly fine with a 50, with a 550 and 250. I think that's, thinking about this, I think it's fine. But I'm really not okay with $50 in the parking lots and not being able to go hour by hour. And there's no way there's not an option for hour by hour. Because I'm just thinking about my sister-in-law and her family. They come to visit me a couple times a year. We go down to the beach. And we're there for 2 hours, maybe 3 hours total. And having to pay $50 for 3 hours of parking seems to me to be very unfair. I think if we had the option, I would even be fine, as Teach pointed out, going to $10 an hour for the hourly rate, or $50 for the full day. But having to pay $50, even if we've been in situations, McIntyre and I were in a situation once where a storm blew in 15 minutes. 15 minutes before that, it was 28 degrees and beautifully sunny, and all of a sudden we were stuck in a bus shelter. That's the kind of thing to me that just makes me go, no, that just seems not fair. So there's got to be something we can do there.
So I'll just, oh, yes, Ms. Phillips.
I just wanted clarification. So we just renegotiated the contract and specifically took that part out. So the new revenues that have significantly increased are based on that new policy that there's no hourly rate, there's no refunds in the parking lots. So it's fine to proceed that way. It will significantly change the revenues. And also keeping in mind, there is always the option to park on the street if you're only there for an hour or two. So. No, I don't disagree.
So Councillor Payne, I'll just press you on, we do need to make a decision on the information we have today. So given that we have to go full lots, knowing that we would like some more information on if there's a possibility to change that, what would be your desire for that daily rate, knowing it's a full day at this point? Is it that 40 or 50?
I'm fine with the 50.
Okay.
I'm okay with what everyone else is saying.
Sure.
I just really feel strongly about this. $50 for an hour of parking is ridiculous.
Absolutely. Councillor Stindy, did you have anything else to add?
It's always a compromise, but I've heard the first cycle. Sorry, thanks. It's always a compromise, but having heard the first cycle of thoughts, the seasonal parking permit, I can see going up to 200. The on-street parking, $5 an hour. The lot parking kind of still lean to the 40, but I do like the idea of, is there a $10 rate? But to me, the library parking is different than the lakeshore parking. And what you'll end up with, if you say it's 40 or $50 in the library, you're going to just make sure people park on the street.
Mr. Lebsack, have we included the library? I know we have the slides on it, and I assumed we'd have to make a separate motion to include that at this point.
That's correct. The library, the lot next to the library is not included at this point in time. And it is not in, like, it would just be how we identify it to hotspot parking. So again, if we wanted to do something different with that parking lot, we just wouldn't identify it as a parking lot. We would identify it as street parking. And I mean, they're in New Brunswick. They're not going to know whether it's street parking or a parking lot. It's how we identify them with hotspot parking. So essentially, it's either a 2,500 zone or a 2,000 zone. We could just identify that as a 2,000 zone, and then it would be hourly parking.
I think that's a fantastic way to get around that. Councillor Payne, I just, because you spoke on this, want to capture your thoughts. How do you feel about that?
I think that's great. I think it should be more than $5 an hour, though, if it's a parking lot like that. Like, I think if it's a parking lot and you can go hour by hour, I'd rather go to $10 an hour in the parking lots.
Okay. So maybe to address this, let's leave the library out of it for now, because that could be a subsequent motion, and we could make that with a rate. If that works. I don't have anything new to add, because I still feel that $5.40, $2.50 is reasonable, but happy to be outvoted on that one and increase our revenue substantially. Councillor Iwanicki.
Yeah, and I'll just be a broken record here. Like, I had to, again, I've said this multiple times. I pay $41 a day to go park my stupid car in the stupid building in Calgary just to go to work. Like $50 to spend an entire day at the beach is not that bad. In my perspective, now that's a privileged perspective, but we still do have street parking, and you could park an extra 2 blocks away for free, really. So I'm in favor again of the $5.50 and whatever dollar figure you want to set the special permit. It could be $500 for all I care, to be perfectly honest.
I've heard $200 and $250. So can I pressure you to choose? Great. Councillor Bilodeau, any additional thoughts?
No, I'm good with the 5, the 50, and the 250. I think it's just time that we do this and we start getting the money we need.
Councillor Mearns.
550, 250.
That sounds like pretty close to consensus. So let's move forward with that motion. We do have that motion on the floor by Councillor Payne. Any additional? Yes, Ms. Phillips.
We just need to amend the 150 to 250.
Yes, we do. Sorry.
Actually, yes. Yes. The initial motion was 550 and 150. So 550 and amended to 250.
And 250, that's something we're comfortable with? Great. With that amended motion, all those in favor and opposed, and that is carried unanimously. Would someone be interested in making the second part of that motion to extend the season? Councillor Iwanicki.
Do you want me to put the council approve the pay parking program, like merge the two?
I just say that council move to extend the season.
Okay.
And carry on.
Yeah, I move that council move to extend the season to be the parking season to be in effect from May 15th through October 31st each year as presented in report AIR 1344.
We'll start with Councillor Mearns on this round. Any thoughts on the seasonal extension?
I'm fine the way it is.
As the motion is written?
As the way the motion is written.
Sure. Councillor Bilodeau.
And I'm for all year-round parking, paid parking. I don't know why we're not capitalizing on anything past October 31st. It would be smart to have a winter rate, but we have, we're moving towards an all-season type of idea for Sylvan, which we've always been working at. Why would we not capture? I've seen many people trying to pay for parking in the winter downtown, and I guess we get nothing. It's like, take their money.
Just a question. Is council, if we're considering all season or all year, is it at these rates? Or do we debate this season at these rates and then debate that one separately?
I think we could probably capture them all in the same
Okay.
round. So really the questions that we're asking is, do you want to see this extended season as proposed? Do you want to see the long season all year? And if you want the long season, do you want that at the reduced rate or the full rate? Would be
Because I
my
think
three
this
questions.
motion would apply to these rates.
Yeah, we would have
So
to.
we just need to clarify that when the motions are made.
Yeah, we'll redo that motion, but let's talk about all those things because they're so closely tied. So, Councillor Bilodeau, I'll let you finish that. The extended, would you like that to be at the full rate or a reduced rate?
So a reduced rate. So what we have here, the May to October 31st, I would like to see that applied to the rates we're discussing. And then outside of that time period, for the rest of November 1st through till May, we would look at a sort of a winter off-season rate, is what I'm proposing.
Love it. Councillor Iwanicki, thoughts on that?
I'm strongly in favor of being year-round. I think it just makes sense. I think it's confusing to people to have time periods. They don't go reading the signs. That being said, they would have to be a dramatic change in the rates because nobody's going to pay $50 a day to park in the parking lot by Centennial Park in December.
We do have some proposed.
Moving all the lots from November 1st until May 14th to a 2,000 instead of a 2,500.
Oh, my problem with that, sorry for the banter, but my problem with that would be the way that the 2,000 or whatever coded one is you have a 3-hour maximum. So then I don't think you'd have the ability to pay for a full day. So there'd have to be some tweaking to it. But if you could have a day rate at those winter rates, although $5 an hour even in the winter would be a lot of money.
We do have an off-season rate proposed in the package of $2 an hour, $10 for a flat rate.
And I will say I did look up some like Red Deer rates, just thinking, off-season would match. I think the Red Deer Hospital is $9 a day or $10 a day, something like that. So I think like $10 for a day for parking downtown is eminently reasonable, and then $2 an hour. But anyway, yeah, changing it in some way, shape, or form makes sense.
Thank you. I'd like to see May 1st to October 31st at the high rate. So it's just a slight adjustment, but it doesn't make sense to me to start on the 15th in 1 month and then end with a full month included. So a few extra days year-round at the reduced rate of 2 and 10. And I also just wanted to confirm, we did receive an email from Business Downtown with the request for that maximum, she said 2-hour, it's 3-hour parking downtown. For once again, consignment, she talked about the challenges within that. Now that Cobb's block is paid, it pushes people to do all-day parking on the street. And I just also wanted to confirm in there that with this change, I would like to see year-round that timing restriction on parking on the streets to ensure that it's not employees parking for the entire day. And it's just, I think it's just an unintended consequence of what that private lot has done, and I think we should acknowledge that and consider it. Councillor Ostindi.
The dates seem reasonable to me. In my mind, I was making sure that May long weekend always occurs after May 15th. May 1st is okay too. I definitely would support an all-season model as long as we reduce go to that hourly rate idea, because there's a different type of visitor that comes in the winter to the lake shore. Unless it's a festival, which is very occasional in the winter, we're looking at people that just want to drop by, go for a short walk. It's not like the ice fishing crowd parks their trucks there and walks out onto the lake. That's not what it is. Plus, they can just go on the lake and park for free anyways. But we'd have to have some kind of reduced rate. I think hourly would be the best solution.
Councillor Johansson.
Yep, I'm good with that. I'm good with the dates you propose. I'm good with the amount you propose, so works for me.
Councillor Payne.
I'm good with the dates, and May 1st is fine with me as well, if people wanted to do that. I do think that we should go all year with a reduced rate. I think $2 an hour is fine, $10 a day, whatever the case is.
Ms. Phillips.
Sorry, just to add one more point, Ms. Mercer pointed out that the Indigo parking behind, or at Cobb's and behind the dentist and at the healthcare are $5 an hour, just as information. So we would be lower than their rates, as long as you're okay with that. Just making sure you're aware.
Thank you. We missed just on here, because my suggestion May 1st, if I could get any feedback from over here, do we feel strongly about 1st or 15th?
Yeah, I'm fine with the first, and I will say I support year-round as well. I didn't get that chance. So.
Yeah, first, that makes us 6 and 6. 6 months high season, 6 months low.
Councillor Awaniki?
First it is.
Wonderful. Thanks for giving me that win, guys. I feel really good about tonight. Okay, that has really defeated the motion we have on the floor. Should we just defeat that entirely and start fresh? I think so too. So we have a motion on the floor that just says, and extend the season to be in effect from May 15th through October 31st each year as presented in report. With that, is everyone comfortable defeating that, knowing that we'll make another motion that's clear?
Sure. Actually, it wouldn't really be a defeat, because all you're doing is changing May 1st, but what you're doing is you're adding another motion, because you're moving into the year-round. So you're adding something. So you're not really defeating that motion, you're just simply, you're amending the May 15th to May 1st, and then adding.
I could also amend mine.
Okay. So as an amendment, if I could throw this suggestion, it would be, and extend the high season parking rate to be in effect from May 1st to October 31st each year.
Mm-hmm. Another wording would be full rate parking.
Yeah. Do we feel comfortable with that amendment? I think we should vote on that amendment because it's different enough.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So I'll say I made that amendment, and that's just confirming that the high rate is May 1st to October 31st.
Mm-hmm.
All those in favor? And opposed? That is carried. Now we have the main motion on the floor from Councillor Awaniki that is amended. Any additional questions on that? Great. All those in favor? And opposed? That is carried unanimously. Now we'll need someone else to make another motion about the November 1st to April.
So how do you, what do you want, how do you want to phrase that, as a low season rate of $2 per hour or $10 per day?
Reduced rate. A reduced rate? Maybe?
A reduced rate, low season rate? What do you want to call that, guys? Off-season rate? Shoulder season rate?
Shoulder season.
I like shoulder season rate. Okay. I make a motion that we instruct administration to develop a shoulder season rate for parking of $2 per hour, $10 per day, effective from November 1st to, what is that? April 30th each year.
Great. I'm going to look to administration because we are just crafting as we go here. How do you feel about that motion?
Sounded like a great motion.
Well done. Great. I'll open it up for any further conversation on this portion. Seeing none? All right. All those in favor? And opposed? And that is carried unanimously. Council.
I have a question for Ron before. Ron, what's in extending, we should have asked this question before and we didn't. What's extending the paid parking program for those 6 months going to do for enforcement in terms of manpower?
Through the chair, I'm going to step out on a limb and suggest that we should be okay with our current manpower. We're not that busy in the wintertime. So peace officers and bylaw officers will be able to do the enforcement that's there. Because really it'll be restricted to the downtown and a couple of the lots. That would be about it.
Before we go into the next proposed motion, I do believe we need a motion. We should have a motion to talk about the library or the extension of areas, I guess. Yes, let's do that. Councillor Bilodeau, you just made a great motion.
And I win, by the way? It's 9:03 is the highest bid. I make a motion that we extend past 9 o'clock tonight.
Thank you. All those in favor and opposed? Do we need unanimous? I don't believe so.
My wife votes no too. She says the baby's very grumpy and I better get my ass.
We'll do our best here. Okay, so could somebody make a motion about that library parking lot? Yeah, we don't currently have it included, so if we would like to consider the library parking lot, we do need a motion to direct that. Councillor Mearns.
I make a motion that we include the library parking lot as part of our paid parking program with reduced, with hourly rates.
Street rates? Regular road rates, regular on-street parking rates.
Help us out here.
I'm just wondering, there was some conversation around having that parking lot with a higher hourly rate. So did you want to, can we do that? So did you want to have it, introduce it as a $10 rate?
At a $10 rate.
$10 hourly rate?
$10 hourly rate between May 1st and October 31st. And a reduced rate from November 1st to April 30th of $5 per hour.
Great. Should it, I'll just say, yeah, should it just match the rest of the low rate and say 2 or 3, sorry, was it?
Yeah, I'll make that correction during shoulder season to $2 per hour.
Was it 2 or 3? 2, thank you, okay, great. Yeah, very good. Let's do a round and talk about that parking lot. Councillor Mearns, you kicked us off with a motion, so let's start with you. Great.
I'm good with my motion.
Councillor Bilodeau.
Okay. My only thought about that parking lot is the Legion. I know a lot of the Legion patrons park there, so they will now have to pay. Ooh, right, forget I said anything. It's for visitors. Okay.
Councillor Wannicki. My only item to bring forward is the request from the library that I think it's 2 staff parking spaces remain not a part of the paid parking program. I don't know that that necessarily has to be a part of the motion or how to accomplish that, but I do believe that's reasonable considering their connection with the municipality.
Do they have anybody on signage there?
Yes. They do, yes. And could have the potential to have more, so having those gives them those 2 plus the 4 that come with being the property owner, which would give them a buffer just in case they happen to hire a spree of out-of-town employees. Summer students, other things do tend to bump up their staff, I believe. So. It already is signed as staff parking, so it would just be excluding those from the paid parking program. Those, is it 2 spaces?
Currently, there's 2 spaces, yes.
Yeah. So just excluding those 2 spaces from the program. Councillor Stindy.
I'm good with the motion. Maybe another day we can talk about veterans and parking.
I'm good with it.
Wonderful. We have a motion on the floor that sounds like a great one. All those in favor? And opposed? That is carried unanimously. I'll look for the direction on that year-round 3-hour parking. Would that be captured with the motions that we already made, or is that something different that we need to do for the street parking?
Your worship, I would suggest that's captured because you haven't changed anything under the street parking, on-street parking, so that would still roll over as to be the same hourly maximum of parking.
Okay. From her email, and I should know our parking program better, but I'm a resident, which means I don't have to pay as close of attention to it, which is the great thing about our program. She did mention, though, that it's not in effect already outside of the summer season. Is that just a misunderstanding?
That is correct. I'm just thinking back to what our bylaw reads. That is correct. There is no parking restrictions on street outside of our current paid parking program.
Okay, so maybe if I could just request, I don't want to make that too hastily. While I do think it's very important, Could we have some proposed wording come back along with, because there's got to be a zone that affects, and I want to make sure we look at that properly. Do we feel like we have enough to go forward with that right now in this moment? Or is there any harm in asking for, within our next 2 meetings, have something come back specifically on that change, just to make sure we capture it correctly? Mr. Lebsack.
Your Worship, I'm going to say we have enough to move forward at this point in time. When we review things like the traffic safety bylaw and the community standards bylaw, we'll see where we can maybe fit that in and then just double up on that.
Okay.
That wording within one of those bylaws as well.
So you're looking, so we can make that motion tonight?
It's currently part of the paid parking program right now.
Okay.
So as you said, on-street parking, you know, off-season, that's part of the on-street parking regulations. So then we would just add it into another bylaw just to make sure that we double up on it.
Okay, that's fantastic. I think the business owner will be thrilled with that. Councillor Johannesson, was that a question?
No, sorry.
Okay. Hands are just flailing.
My hand is just falling asleep.
Great. I think we're ready to move along to the latter part of this. Would someone like to make that? Would someone like to make that very important motion around our reserves? Councillor Bilodeau, thank you.
Make a motion that council requests that administration bring back the reserves policy with an update to allow the pay parking reserve to be used for lakefront projects, visitor pay parking program, and tourism initiatives that are related to the lakefront.
That's great. Thank you. Council will open it up for feedback on this item. Head nodding is great feedback. We have that motion on the floor. All those in favor and opposed, that is carried unanimously. Well done, team. I trust that although it's a quick turnaround, some of those numbers will be updated in our budget document for our discussion tomorrow night, just so we've got those factored in, the conservative end of them. Council, we've got a number of items under correspondence and information items. Does anyone have any questions on those items? Councillor Ostindi, and then Bilodeau.
Talking about visitor pay parking, we haven't expanded any zones. There were areas that I don't want to make the meeting go any longer, but there were some areas we felt that we weren't capturing, like that zone in front of the long RV
50th
park.
Avenue.
The RV park where everybody parks for free, am I right?
Yeah, Council, let's make sure we don't lose that. We do have that within our package. Let's pause. Is there interest in additional motions for those potential expansion areas? They're listed in our agenda, page 286, for 4 pages. And of course, we did take care of the library one, so it's 3 pages of additions.
Sorry, can I speak? Yeah. My thought was maybe to just stay away from the clinic parking. There's not a lot that gets us past that railside bowl. I don't know what the use of that is. We've got the church, but I specifically know that because I've driven by there on Railway Ave, it is wall to wall, and it's people that are going to the lake along that RV parking. So that's specifically what I'd like to see added. I don't know how many spots that is, but that's one that I'm looking for. I don't know what some of these.
And we do have that request from the other side of the Kennebec Society.
Where is that? I didn't know where that was.
It is 286. Councillor Bilodeau, do you want to put a motion on the floor for either of those?
Sure. I will put a motion on the floor to expand the paid parking zone on the street. That would be hourly rates for, what do you call the campground? I don't know what that campground area is. Does anyone, do we have a?
50th Street between Avenue.
50th Avenue, so that's where, 50th Avenue from, it's a street to.
Is it 46 to 50th? Or is that too far?
On the south side only, because
Oh, Mr. Levsack. At this point, you have to jump up and down.
Your worship, so I just Googled it. What I believe council's talking about right now would be 50th Avenue from 40th Street to, now I'll say 44th Street. You could go to 45th Street, but the clinic is on the corner of 46th Street. So if we want to stay away from the clinic and the entire strip mall there with the Pizza Hut and the old bowling alley and that in it, we would have to stop probably, well, 45th Street takes you right up to there. 44th Street would be a block prior to there.
44th Street? Are
40
we missing a street?
Sorry, just for clarification, 45th Street is where the campground starts.
Okay, so we want to start it there.
So you could go from 40th Street to 45th Street, but take up everything from the, in front of the campground.
Okay.
No, yeah, a block away.
Basically, it's 2 more blocks of Main Street.
Okay, so 50th Avenue from 40th to 44th Street. 45th Street.
And just as a part of that, although you are making a formal motion, do we have an appetite to include that chunk with the request there?
Yes.
It's an awkward one. It's one side of the street, but I just want to make sure that we're able to say we've discussed it because I'm sure they will come back to us looking for some feedback on the request. It is the page 286.
It's the road to Petro Beach on the south side.
we're not talking about that right now. We're talking.
Is 40th Street?
Yep, well, we've added that, and I think we want to add this also, I think that's the
Yeah,
idea.
that's I guess what my question was.
Yeah.
Do we want, no?
Is 40th to 34th included in that?
Pardon me?
Are we already doing paid parking on 40th to 34th? No?
Sorry, I guess I thought we were still drafting the motion, so I was asking if there's appetite
We
to
are?
include
Okay.
both of those things.
Kennebec Society and what 2 things you wanted to include, sorry?
What
Roadway Ave.
Councillor Bilodeau said, the 50th
Fifth
Ave,
Ave, yeah.
40th to 45th,
Right.
and the 50A Ave North. The one side of the street. I just,
I don't like 50 AF, actually.
any other feedback? If not, we'll put them on one at a time. That makes more sense if we've got some. Yeah, let's just do the one motion, or do the motion, Councillor Bilodeau for the 50th Ave.
Okay, do you want me to start over?
Yeah.
Over. So we'll add the paid parking zone by the hour to 50th Avenue, running from 40th Street to 45th Street.
Everyone clear on that motion, and we'll open up the floor for discussion. Councillor Iwanicki.
Not to throw the medical clinic under the bus here, but is there a particular rationale for excluding that one particular part of the street and not literally anywhere else?
Councillor Mars. And Ostindi.
Is there paid parking on 46 in front of the clinic already, correct? Yeah. So this just gives them, my opinion, gives them, because they don't have a parking lot, so.
Oh, they don't have any? Oh, okay. Yeah.
Not that I'm aware of, unless someone wants to, I think it's all doctor parking, they do, yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Councillor Ostindi.
I've made the argument that making it paid parking actually frees up stuff for them, because people come and go then and don't then select to be parked there, because that's a free parking spot. If I was coming to town and it was free, I'd park right in front of their business because it's free, not because I'm trying to interfere with their business. However, I don't mind the philosophy that every year just about we've always been incrementally changing this policy. This isn't the first time, and I'm a short-lived councillor. we've been at this, making these small changes, and I'm okay if we do this and stop this year, and next year we'll be here again. And we'll see how people behave and how they change and how bad it is by Petro Beach, you know, and stuff like that. I'm totally fine with this incremental change, but I'm also okay with expanding that. But I think, you know, given the time of night and my ability to be super rational, I think this incremental change is great. I'll vote in favor of it, and I'm good to let it rest for another year.
Mr. Lebsack.
Your Worship, I just thought of this as I was looking at the map. We do have, I'm going to say from 45th to 46th Street, but for sure from the alley up to 46th Street, we do have signage there that just simply says medical clinic parking only. Doesn't have any other wordage or direction on it. So it does, when I heard Councillor Ostindi talk about that, it does deter some people, but we just simply have that signage there just for council's acknowledgement.
Say, I'm comfortable with the motion as written, just because as we make that step, and I do believe it's not a great choice to spot different areas in this way, but there is some more conversation we probably need to have really directly with businesses. And eventually this will just become a blanket, I can only assume, for a larger portion of our downtown area. But in this year, I don't think we've done that consultation in the way that we need to expand it right in front of the businesses. Councillor Mearns.
Just looking at what was presented to us, the churches along there. So the note that is on this says they're going to expect free parking on Sundays for their attendees. So something to think about. I don't know how you do that.
Any thoughts? Councillor Evanicki.
I don't know what cost went into putting up those medical signs, like for medical clinic only. Couldn't we do something very similar on there? Although I have absolutely no idea how we would enforce that, but just some signs saying, you know, on Sundays for parishioners of whatever.
10:30.
Yeah.
Church parking.
Just food for thought.
To say, I think we're going down a really slippery slope here, because we could do this for every business. And if we have caution, the other option is we do not have to make this portion of the decision tonight. This will not impact our budget so substantially. And it could be, you know, I'd say, I think we need to, again, we'll go back and do a full review of this over the winter. And maybe that's when we have a conversation of, is this just a blanket? We no longer just pick chunks of streets, but we could do that for every business. Councillor Payne.
I think no matter when we have this conversation, we can't do that. Otherwise we need to do it for the Legion, we need to do it for the library, we need to do it for everyone. So as much as I am pained by the church not having their space, we can't do that. It's just, it doesn't make sense. It puts us on a slippery slope that isn't going to end.
Councillor Bilodeau.
Well, so speaking with the church, maybe nobody knows, but wouldn't it be residents parking there? And isn't
Makes
that
perfect sense.
that loophole that, so it's paid parking, and you know, if you live in Sylvan, you can go to church and it doesn't cost you anything.
When it used to be St. Mary's and St. Thomas's, there was only about a dozen members. Now that it's St. George's Russian Orthodox, I'm not sure how many members they have or where they're from, but I think you're probably bang on.
You know, the idea is that paid parking is to support infrastructure and stuff. So if you're coming to church and you're coming from Red Deer, you have to pay to park. I don't know. I'd say leave it. We just added the amendment. That's my thought.
With that, we have a motion on the floor. Would we like to debate it further, or are we comfortable to vote on Councillor Bilodeau's motion? Great. All those in favor? And opposed, and that is carried. Council, I'll give one last call if there's anything else on this topic that we'd like to put a motion on the floor around, knowing that we do have that opportunity at another time. Great. Then I will continue on. Correspondence and information items. Councillor Ostindi?
I noted that Lacombe is building trails. they share 2/3 of the lake, basically, and we have an IDP, intermunicipal development plan, that includes trail development. Given that Lacombe County is so favorable to build trails, I would love to see us engage more in that conversation through our IDP committee and start talking about building a trail, which isn't a lakeshore trail. It's just a trail, a multi-use trail around the lake, and all of us have agreed to it in our intermunicipal plan.
Thank you. Next, we'll move to council requests for information and updates. I just had one question under here around the Central Alberta Sport presentation. It's kind of awkward timing because they've made a budget request and tomorrow we're talking about that. Do we have any desire to put that on the list to talk about as an edge item? Or I don't also feel like we have enough information to do that. We typically ask for some administrative advice on that, but I'll just put it out if that's a desire. We could ask for it to be an edge on the spreadsheet to discuss.
I would like it to be, for sure. Yeah, I think it's, I think he did a good job. I think it's something we should discuss. I think there could be a lot of benefits for us, so I would like it to be, yeah.
Ms. Phillips, how do you feel about that?
I did make note to have a follow-up conversation with Ms. Colgat and Mr. Lebsack and Chanel. Okay, sorry, can't remember her last name. I could probably get some information prior to the meeting tomorrow night, and we can at least have it there as a discussion point if council wishes.
Seeing enough head nods.
It's also a small enough item that it's not substantially going to change the tax rate.
Yeah. Wonderful. Next, we'll move to notice of motions. It's me. It's not up for discussion. I'm just putting it on the table for the first time. So I'd move that Town Council direct administration to research and draft a municipal spaces solicitation, vending, and petitioning policy incorporating best practices from comparable Alberta municipalities and return the proposed bylaw for council for review. That is my motion. We'll discuss it at the next meeting. Next, I'll look for a motion to go into a closed meeting.
Make a motion the council move to a closed meeting to discuss advice from officials. This item shall remain confidential pursuant to section 29(1) of the Access to Information Act, SA 2024, CA-1.4, and section 197(2) of the Municipal Government Act, RSA 2000 M-26.
Excellent. We have a motion on the floor. All those in favor? And opposed? That is carried unanimously. Thank you.
Quick shout out to the 9 people still watching us on YouTube. That's impressive. I think one of them's my wife, but that's wild. I just checked. It's
probably my mom.
Checked out our viewership number.
Johannesson.
I move that closed session concludes and council reverts back to the regular meeting of council.
Excellent. All those in favor and opposed? That is carried unanimously. Councilor Mearns.
I move that council move to close meeting to discuss privileged information, and this item shall remain confidential pursuant to Section 32(1) of the Access to Information Act, SA 2024 CA-1.4, and Section 197(2) of the Municipal Government Act, RSA 2000 M26.
Thank you. All those in favor and opposed? That is carried unanimously. Councilor Johannesson, do you have a motion for us?
I move that closed session concludes and council reverts back to the regular meeting of council.
Great. All those in favor and opposed? That is carried unanimously. Council, we've reached the end of our agenda. Have a good evening.